Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to this morning's planning committee. Somebody got a microphone on? I'm going to open the meeting and adjourn for 5 minutes. We've got members stuck in traffic trying to get here. So I'm going to get the officers to do some of the applications out of sync. But if we can just bear with us for 5 minutes. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome along to this morning's BCP Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Kelsey, and my job will be to chair the meeting today. I will pass over to Democratic Services to read out the housekeeping notices.
Please note this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chairman in case of disruption. For those in the room, if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point under the Brady Road flyover. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. Please note this includes members' laptops. Please turn off laptop cameras and microphones and turn the volume all the way down to ensure there is no disruption or feedback during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So, members present at the meeting this morning are myself, Councillor Kelsey. We have Councillor Johnson, Councillor Borthwick, Councillor Butt, Councillor Dion, Councillor Farquhar, Councillor Hilliard, Councillor Lepedovin, and we are also expecting Councillors Trent, Rice, McCormick, Lawton and Davies, but I am aware that there is traffic problems in the area and they are struggling to get here on time. That being the case, we will be taking the meetings out of sync today. We also have a selection of officers with us, and we have David Hodges, Tahim Leader, Steve Llewellyn, Tom Hubbard, Gareth Ball, Frank Gently, Monica Kolenska. We have Robert First, Senior Solicitor, Jill Hollyoak, Democratic Services, Sam Fox and Edward Oteng, who are Interim Directors of Planning and Development Manager. So first item on the agenda is apologies. Do we have any apologies, please, Jill?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we have apologies from Councillor Steve Barron, Councillor Simon Bull, Councillor Tony O'Neill and Councillor Peter Hall. Substitute members, Councillor Jude Butt is here today for Councillor Steve Barron, and Councillor Brian Dion is here for Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Thank you very much. And do we have any declarations of interest, please, members? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just on item 6B, the application at St Albans for the 3G pitch. I have, as ward councillor, been involved in some of the discussions on that one, and therefore I will not sit on that, but I would like to speak as ward councillor.
Thank you very much. Confirmation of minutes. Are members happy for me to sign minutes from previous meetings?
Agreed.
Yep, thank you. And public issues. After each presentation on each application, we will hear public speakers, followed by any ward councillors and other councillors who wish to speak. We will now move on to the schedule of planning applications. We have 8 applications today, but we will be taking them out of turn, as I indicated earlier. And the first one that we will take this morning is item 6G, which is 1 Herne Court Lane. And I would ask Mr. Hodges to present your case, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just check that you can hear me and you're seeing the PowerPoint, please?
We are, thank you, David.
Before I start, Chairman, with your agreement, these are 2 separate applications for full planning permission and listed building consent. But with your agreement, I'd like to make a single presentation and then the applications be determined separately, if that's okay.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, so this is an application for alterations to 1 Herne Court. So 1 Herne Court is a Grade 2 star listed building sited out to the north of Bournemouth and Christchurch, south of the airport. You can see that location there, sits in the open countryside north of the conurbation, close to the airport. And this is the main Grade 2 star listed building here, which was converted into a number of apartments. There's an aerial view of the property here. This is the main listed building. There are some associated listed stables which were also converted, and a series of new dwellings which were built, I believe, in the 1980s as part of an enabling development to restore the property. So these changes all relate to a single flat within the building. First is the proposal to install some doors either side of these doors that you can see in the photo to provide cupboard space. What you may be able to see behind these red proposed opening doors is a recess, which will be used as a cupboard. You'll see from the report this is actually a modern insertion put in during the works to the conversion of the property, and the installation of doors does not involve any loss of historic fabric in this instance. Second part of the proposals is to replace a boiler in the property, and part of the reasoning for doing that is to increase the efficiency for heating in the building. This requires obviously a vent for the boiler to come out, which will come out in this part of the wall here. Whilst that obviously involves a small loss of historic fabric, we are satisfied that that's in effect a necessary evil in relation to the ongoing use of the building for practical purposes. And the vent you'll see in the conditions we require details of, and we'll be exiting the building just at this point here. Next part of the proposals is to install a roof light. So there is an existing terrace, which you can see in this middle photo, with modern flat pavers on it. This will provide light down, if you can see this green area on the left-hand plan, this will provide light down into a stairwell, which will avoid using artificial light in this area all the time, which will improve the usability for this corridor. And also this modern, possibly engineered wood or laminate floor will be replaced with flagstones to match those in the adjoining kitchen. The roof light will sit flush, so the right-hand side photo is an example of how it will work. It'll sit flush right into the surface of the terrace here, and is something that can be walked on. Finally, the final proposal is to insert a door here to provide access, easier access into flat 3 of the building. This will improve fire escape for occupiers in this part of the building as well. And again, as you notice in the report, our understanding is that these are later additions. Again, this paneling, can't say the word, I understand is to be a later addition, and therefore again the loss of historic fabric is minimal. Chairman, the application only comes before you because the applicant is an elected member. We are very satisfied, having discussed with the conservation officer the nature of the changes and that they're acceptable in relation to the character and appearance is obviously important. This is building, and we're happy to recommend both the planning and listed building applications to you for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Members, is there anyone that wishes to make any comments on either of the two applications, although we will vote on them separately as is required? No one to make any comments? In that case, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation for the first item at 6G. If I call out names in that, and we'll go through. Seconder for that one, please. Yeah.
Apologies, Chairman. We've had some members wandering in.
Yeah.
Can we just ask if members are happy who wandered in, if they're happy not to vote on these two items as there's any pathway there?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, members, on item 6G then, Herne Court, all those in favour say for or against. So myself, Councillor Kelsey, I am for. Councillor Johnson? For. Councillor Borthwick? For. Councillor Butt? For. Councillor Dion? For. Councillor Farquhar?
For.
Councillor Hilliard? For. Councillor Lepedevin?
For.
Councillor Trent?
I will abstain this time. It's not being effective. Thanks to IT stuff.
Not a problem. Thank you very much, Councillor Trent. Okay, can we have the numbers, please, John?
Yes, that's 8 votes in favour and 1 abstention.
So that is granted, 8 votes to 0 to 1 abstention. Thank you very much. And again, members, will do the second item, which is the listed consent. And again, myself, I'm for. And Councillor Johnson? For. Councillor Borthwick? For. Councillor Butt? For. Councillor Dion? For. Councillor Farquhar? For. Councillor Hilliard? For. Councillor Lepedevin?
For.
Councillor Trent? You're abstaining again? Yeah, not a problem. Thank you, Councillor Trent. And again, could we get the numbers, please, John?
Yeah, so again, that's 8 votes in favour and 1 abstention.
So that is both of those items granted. Thank you very much, members. We'll now revert back to the original schedule. And the item that we will take now is item 6A. And that is the multi-storey car park at Glenfern Road, Southwestern House. And I would ask Gareth to present his case, please. Gareth, are you with us? Stuck in traffic, possibly? Just bear with us, please, members. Okay, members, I'm not prepared to just sit around waiting for people. We'll come back to that one as and when the officer will join us online. We'll now move on. Is Monica online, please? Yeah, Monica, would you like? We'll now take item 6D, which is Berry Road. And Monica, could you present your case, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, could I just confirm that everything is visible on the screen? You can hear me all right?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. So, planning consent is sought for a demolition of existing dwelling at 32 Berry Road and erection of a replacement dwelling with ancillary pavilion and formation of a natural pool. The application is brought before Planning Committee as the applicant is Councillor Miller. The application site is occupied by a large detached dwelling. There is an access gate at the entrance of the site and at least 3 parking spaces in the front garden and an additional parking space within the detached garage. The side levels rise towards the rear. The rear garden, shown on this photograph, is set on the staggered levels and heavily treed. The trees on site are covered by a tree preservation order. The site is also enclosed by dense vegetation to front, rear and sides and is located in the Branxton Park Conservation Area. In terms of scale, the proposed replacement dwelling would be of larger scale in bulk and mass than the existing one, and it would be more visible in the street scene. However, its proposed scale and massing would relate to the 2-storey dwellings around it. And despite the rising topography of the site, the proposal would not appear as overly prominent or dominant in its setting, as its proposed height would be comparable to that of the adjacent dwellings. There are several examples of large 2-storey dwellings which are of similar footprints and scale as that of the proposed scheme in the immediate vicinity of the site. As a result, the proposal would not appear out of keeping with the street scene of Berry Road. In terms of its siting and footprint, the footprint of the proposed replacement dwelling would be comparable to the footprints of other houses in the vicinity of the site, as you can see from this drawing. The existing dwelling is slightly angled away from the road. That's the purple outline. That's the existing footprint. However, its principal elevation still faces Berry Road. The proposed replacement dwelling would directly face public domain. This small degree of change would be in keeping with the pattern of development in the area, where the frontages of most of the dwellings are parallel to their front boundaries. The exception is number 36 Berry Road, which is this dwelling over here, which is also significantly set back from the road and therefore not readily legible in the same manner as other houses surrounding the site. It is therefore not considered that the proposed changes to the orientation of the footprint would be materially harmful to the visual amenity of the area. Furthermore, the proposed replacement dwelling would still respect the prevailing building line to the front and along the section of this road, and it will be still set back from the highway. Now, despite of the proposed increase of bulk scale and footprint, the proposal would retain a substantial separation gap between the built form and maintain the spaciousness of the area. There is no consistent separation distance between the dwellings along Berry Road, and the proposal would still allow generous views towards the trees within the rear garden of the application site, preserving the sylvan character of the conservation area and reflecting the prevailing pattern of the development without appearing cramped or overdeveloped. In terms of design, the proposed dwelling would be of modern design with full front gables, flat roof elements and large areas of glazing. There are several examples of similar style modern architecture in the vicinity of the site, as shown on these slides. And these are also within the conservation area. As such, the design of the proposal would be in keeping with the character and appearance of the area. Whilst the proposed scheme would not reflect the traditional style of the immediate adjoining dwellings, which is number 30A and 34 Berry Road, it would nonetheless be in keeping with the modern replacement dwellings and remodeled dwellings in the vicinity of the site, such as number 11, 26A, 28 and others. In conclusion, therefore, the proposed design and finishing materials would be in keeping with the character and appearance of the area and the street scene. The proposed pavilion and the pond, which that's the elevations of the pond, that's the floor plans, that's their siting, would be located in the rear garden of the application site, and it will be screened from the views by mature and dense vegetation along the boundaries. And for that reason, they would have no impact on the visual amenity of the area or character and appearance of the Branxton Park Conservation Area. In conclusion, it is acknowledged that the proposal would be of modern appearance, larger scale, it will alter orientation of the dwelling and slightly increase its footprint. It is also acknowledged that the conservation officer does not support the scheme as a result of these factors. However, the conservation area's special character arises from large dwellings set within spacious plots, nestled within a heavily landscaped setting. All of these characteristics are maintained in this case, despite the change in the dwelling's appearance that would occur when compared with the existing one. The existing dwelling has no contribution to the quality of the conservation area in itself, and its demolition is therefore not resisted by the conservation officer. Similar change has occurred over the years within the context of the conservation area, which has enabled modern dwellings to be built that still preserve the fundamental characteristics of the Branksome Park conservation area in the same manner as the proposed scheme. Therefore, given the planning history of the area, the examples of similar scale and appearance dwellings in the immediate vicinity of the site, the proposed scheme is considered to preserve the varied character and appearance of the Branksome Park conservation area, including its heavy landscape setting, in accordance with the provisions of Policy PP 27, PP 30 of the Poor Local Plan and the NPPF. The proposed development, despite its increased height, bulk and mass, would not appear overbearing to the neighbouring dwellings, nor it would result in any material harmful overshadowing towards them, due to the orientation of the site, the position of the adjoining dwellings, and the sufficient separation distance retained between them. In terms of overlooking, the proposed front elevation windows would overlook the public domain, contributing to the established mutual overlooking in the street scene. The proposed rear elevation windows would allow views towards the rear garden of the application site and some oblique views towards the rear gardens of the neighbouring dwellings, adding to the existing mutual overlooking that already occurs in the area. That is not unusual in a suburban location such as this one, and therefore not considered materially harmful to the neighbours, to the privacy of the neighbours. There will be no windows at first floor level, so essentially, apologies. There will be no windows at the first floor level facing number 38 Berry Road. That's this dwelling over here. And therefore the privacy of the occupants would be preserved. However, the proposed first floor rear elevation terrace would allow some direct views, so that's here in this location, towards the rear garden of number 38 Berry Road. To protect the privacy of the neighbours, a 1.8 obscure glazed screen to the side edge of this terrace could be secured by condition to restrict these views. The windows in the side elevation of the proposed dwelling would obviously either overlook the boundary treatment at ground floor levels or allow some views towards the rear garden of number 34 Berry Road. That's the photograph showing this shared boundary. This boundary is, as you can see, heavily treed and screened by matured vegetation. As such, the amount of overlooking would not be considered detrimental to the privacy of the neighbours. The proposed scheme would also introduce flat roof areas of the ground floor accommodation to the front and rear of the dwellings, including a green roof to the rear. A condition can be secured to restrict these areas from being used as an amenity space without a planning permission to protect the privacy of the neighbours. The proposed siting of the pavilions, so it's shown on this smaller site plan, would have no impact on the amenities currently enjoyed by the occupiers of the neighbouring dwellings due to its siting in the far end of the rear garden away from any dwellings. There are TPO trees to the front sides and the rear of the site, which contribute to the sylvan setting of the Branksome Park conservation area. As a result, these trees are of importance for their visual and character value. The proposal would result in a removal of 7 trees on site. These are marked by crosses on this plan, and that's T2, which is a Lawson cypress category C2, 3 trees within the group G3, which is apple, birch, and holly, all category C2, T9, which is a yew tree, category C2, and 2 trees within the group G6, so that's to the front, and these are category yew, 2 dead or dying Scots pines. These are all low-grade trees, and their loss would be of very limited impact to the visual amenity of the character of this area, and their loss is considered reasonable by the council's arboricultural officer. The replacement in the form of 7 pine trees can be secured by condition, and I need to draw your attention to revised condition 7 within the addendum sheet, which originally secured the replacement of 4 trees. This would be proportionate, adequate, acceptable for the arboricultural officer as well. The proposed new planting would ensure the retention of the verdant character of the area, and it would also ensure long-term replacement planting on site, which will improve the existing tree stock and contribute to the sylvan setting of the designated heritage asset in the future. The proposed development would be also designed to avoid future pressure on the retained trees on site, resulting in a long-term and sustainable relationship between the retained trees and the built form. The submitted arboricultural documents advise that the proposed services would fall outside of the root protection areas of specialist measures, and these would be used for the installation. A condition would be secured to ensure further details to ensure no harm to the retained trees on site. The Council's arboricultural officer supports the proposal, subject to those conditions and implementation of the arboricultural method statement. These can be secured accordingly. Overall, subject to these conditions, the proposal would comply with the relevant provisions of Policy PP 27 of the Poor Local Plan. The proposal will also be policy compliant with regards to the matters of parking, highway safety, sustainability, waste, drainage and biodiversity, subject to conditions suggested in the report. In view of the above assessment, the proposal therefore is recommended for approval, subject to the above mentioned conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. Jill.
Thank you, Chairman. There are no speakers registered in objection or ward councillors, but Matt Allen is here to speak on behalf of the applicant. Would you like to come forward?
Thank you. The planning officer has comprehensively explained the full details of the proposed scheme in her opening presentation to you. Throughout this application process, we've worked closely with your officers, for which we thank them for their time and efforts in this regard. There have been no letters of objection received from any neighbours, and ordinarily this application would have been approved under delegated powers. However, it is before committee as one of the applicants is Councillor Mellor, as you have heard. I wish to now briefly outline the main considerations why we feel planning permission should be granted today in line with the officer's recommendation. Firstly, looking at the principle and the character. The existing dwelling is not listed nor locally listed and is of little architectural merit. Whilst located within the Branksome Park conservation area, it does not positively contribute to the character or appearance. As such, the principle of its demolition is acceptable. Bury Road comprises predominantly two-storey detached dwellings sat in spacious, verdant plots. As noted by your officer, there is a mix of ages and architectural styles, including more recently highly glazed contemporary dwellings along the road. As you've heard, the conservation officer has reservations over the increased footprint, orientation, design and materials. Whilst the planning officer has just explained her recommendation in light of these comments and justified why, in her and her team leader's view, the scheme is a good design, maintains a spacious and verdant feel of the road and enhances the quality of the architecture within the street scene, I just wanted to add a few further points. The two-storey scale will be reflected as surrounding predominantly two-storey houses. As can be seen from the street scene plan, the proposed height will be comparable to that of the adjacent properties and actually not significantly different to that of the existing dwelling. As such, the new dwelling would not appear overly prominent or dominant in its setting. There are other large contemporary dwellings with high levels of glazing, which are actually not as well screened by mature front trees like this site is within the immediate context, and many of these have a material palette consisting of stone and timber. 11A Bury Road directly opposite, 15B just along Price, and 3A Martello Road just around the corner, just to name a few, all finished in a mix of stone and timber with large areas glazing. In terms of the comment in respect to the angled orientation, there are actually only two houses in this section of the road which are angled to the road, this one and number 36. All other houses, numbers 28, 30, 38, 34 on this side, and numbers 15B, 15A, 11A, 11 and 9 on the other side, are all parallel with the road frontage, so we cannot see how the angled orientation is a distinctive feature in this part of the conservation area. As such, given the numerous examples of dwellings of a similar scale and appearance in the vicinity of the site, the proposed scheme is considered to preserve the varied character and appearance of the Branksome Park conservation area, including the heavily landscape setting in full accordance with adopted policy. Secondly, amenity. Given the proposed siting of the dwelling and the retained separation distances to neighbouring dwellings, together with substantial mature intervening tree screening, the proposal would not result in any materially harmful overshadowing or overbearing impact towards any adjoining neighbour. The floor plans and layouts are well considered, together with the balconies with privacy screens, and the window arrangements ensure that there are no harmful overlooking to any adjacent neighbours. As such, the privacy and amenity of all neighbours will be safeguarded. Thirdly, trees are sat out in condition number 7. The officers report this will deliver planting of 7 new Scots pines of size and location to be agreed in writing. Following a number of meetings between the council's tree officer and the applicant's tree consultant, the officer has confirmed his support for the proposed development, which results in a long-term and sustainable tree-to-building relationship. Lastly, ecology. The proposed scheme includes provision of all swift boxes, bat tubes, hedgehog-friendly fencing, bee bricks, and native planting, as well as biodiversity enhancements, including the installation of a natural pond, which will encourage wildlife. Council says this scheme will deliver a high-quality replacement family dwelling of superior architecture, whilst not detrimentally impacting on the character and appearance of the conservation area, neighbouring amenity, trees, or ecology. I hope you agree with your officer's recommendation to grant Planning Commission and vote in favour of approving this proposal accordingly. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you for stepping in. That's fine. Appreciated. Okay, Monica, before we go to members, I noticed in the addendum sheet that you had further conditions relating to the trees. Could you clarify those, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following the conversations with the tree officer, it has been agreed that the a replant of 4 trees, as it has been suggested by the AMS, was acceptable. However, we would be going for a replant of 7 trees. That's the revised condition 7, which essentially states that notwithstanding the suggested information, the seven pine trees shall be planted. Furthermore, we are also proposing to add 2 further conditions arising from the AMS, which is submitted. So there's no new information that's came across. It's just condition 13 and 14, and essentially is asking for a landscaping plan prior to construction of development, and also prior to commencement details of the as I've mentioned, these utilities or services which will be trenched through the site. So just to clarify and to exert a further control over development and ensure that trees are protected on site throughout the development.
Thank you for that, Monica. Much appreciated. Okay, members. Do any members have any questions? Councillor Trent.
Yes, I'm afraid I'm going to say the usual, that there are 7 trees. I thought, yeah, there are 7 trees involved, and although a lot of them are fairly insignificant trees, if you take into account the larger trees, you're still talking about sort of losing about 120 years worth of carbon capture. And I do think we need to make this point with every application that involves removing trees, because we are in an emergency and we do have to start thinking of the future. And having something which appears in 30 years' time and starts to be beneficial in 30 years' time means that you have to take into account what you lose in the intervening time. So I just really wanted to make that point, that we do need to think about that a bit more.
Thank you very much, Councillor Trent. Councillor Butt.
Thank you. Yes, with Councillor Trent makes a good point, but I just wondered if we could hear again from the officer as to the provision that is made, which I believe was completely and utterly adequate and covered for the loss of the trees. Just like to be assured of that, please. Could we hear from the officer? Thank you.
Monica, could you come back
yes,
on that, please?
thank you. So it's just to show again, we've got several trees which are category U, so that's 2 to the frontage. So these are dying. They would go anyway, so we're asking for a replant of these 2 trees. We've got yew trees, holly, birch, apple trees, which potentially are not protected by the tree preservation order, or they are not really value to the amenity, and they're located in the back garden. So even with the low amenity value, we are still asking for the replants of Scots pines, which are of a better quality stock, and they will be retained on site in the future. If there's any further questions, however, I do have the arboricultural officer on the call, so perhaps he could add or explain if there's anything else you would like to ask in detail.
Thank you, Monica. Secondary, thank you. No, I'm content with that. It would seem that there is more than adequate provision. In fact, it is more than what has been taken away. That was just my concern. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to speak? Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just again, focusing on the trees, looking at the picture, they don't seem to be anywhere near the development. So I'm just really questioning why they needed to be. Yes, could be that they're dying, but they're not dead yet. But what was the reason provided, if that could be given? Thank you.
Good morning. Patrick
Um,
Clark, Landscape and Arboricultural
Thank you.
Officer. I'll try and help out on the questions. The 2 Scots pines to be felled on the site frontage are not connected with the development in any way. They are 2 trees that are mature and are dying. So they need to be felled, and they will be replaced with 2 new Scots pines on that frontage. The trees to go in the pool, the natural pool area, you have 4 very small trees. Three are fruit trees, and 1 is a young liquid amber. They can easily be replaced. They are not visual trees. Yes, they will not. Their loss will not be harmful, and they can be replaced with better, larger trees on the site. There is 1 large Lawson cypress near the pool area to be lost. It is a large tree, but it has a structural fault. It is twin stemmed. It has tight fork with included bark. So its life expectancy is short. So it is a tree that will eventually be lost anyway. So I do not raise any objections to its loss, and it can be successfully replaced on site. And I believe there will be no harm to visual amenities and no harm to the conservation area from the tree losses. And we will have 7 new trees going back on site to replace them of a large size. I hope that answers that question, but I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Very thorough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pedderman.
Thank you. A point I've raised before, and also on sustainability and environmental issues, but not to do with trees, and that is that planning consent is sought for the demolition of the existing dwelling. Now, we've been told in previous cases of a similar nature that although it says consent is sought for the demolition, we can't actually refuse it, which to me is a pity, because although the point has been made that the current house is of no particular architectural merit, no point has been made of why it needs to be demolished. What's wrong with it? Is there any particular problem? There is no reasons for demolition have been given, except that the owner would prefer something different. That seems to be the only reason to me. And we keep hearing of the environmental issues over demolition, the release of carbon, all that sort of thing, use of resources, that I am not happy to just give consent for the demolition of a perfectly, as far as I know, decent house on a whim. But as I say, I know we have been told in the past that we can't refuse, which seems a shame to me.
Thank you, Councillor Pedderman. Any further comments, Councillor Farquhar?
If I may, Chair, I think this issue of demolition has come up before, and if I may request through you that a suitable officer explains why that is, because I echo Councillor Pedderman's issues with the destruction and the demolition of properties and the carbon release and the carbon balance of rebuilding a property and the demolition of another property is harmful to the declaration of the climate and ecological emergency. So I think it's through you, it would be good for our knowledge to have that reinforced why we can't pass any comment or objection to permission to do it, to the demolition of a building. My question, however, is and again for you, Chair, is that the comment for the replacement of 7 trees. My understanding is that there'll be 7 pine trees. The arboricultural officer, said that it was 7 large trees. Can we confirm what the definition of a large tree is in the replacement of the Scots pines, and how many years will it take for that tree to grow to the size of the trees which are going to be felled in this particular application?
Hello,
Monica,
Scots
would you like to
pines
come back on
and
those, please?
pines and maritime pines are very large trees at maturity. They take up to 100 years to mature though. So it does take time for trees to be large specimens. Initially, yes, very small, but in time they will be large specimens. And these are large trees for this site.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Monica?
Apologies. Yes, thank you. Could I just come back on the demolition? So first of all, the demolition of a dwelling is not something that we would resist within any of the local or any national guidance or local policies. So essentially, obviously within the conservation area, if someone would like to demolish a dwelling, we would seek to replace it immediately. In this case, as in any other case, the applicant is wholly entitled to come with the proposal to demolish their dwelling and replace it with a new one. The reasons for that are not for the planning department to question and investigate. This is purely for us to assess the issue of whether the replacement dwelling after its demolition is acceptable. In this case, however, we do have a conservation area and the existing building dwelling not contributing in any shape or form positively to its setting. Therefore, the demolition is not resisted. In terms of any ecological, environmental issues, we are obviously seeking the conditions to secure biodiversity, renewables on site, and throughout the demolition, we're also ensuring that the protected species that may be on site in terms of bats and other species are protected, including even the clearance of vegetation, as you can see in the schedule of conditions. As such, I do not see or foresee neither are the consultees any environmental issues arising from the demolition of that dwelling. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Councillor Farquhar.
If I may, Chair, my question was what size? Because again, the agricultural officer described the existing trees, the 100-year to 100 years or so to get to maturity for a Scots pine, and they are very large. My specific question was, how large are these replacement Scots pines that are going to go in? So perhaps in meters, or preferably for my examination, in feet. Perhaps it would be useful as well, because the other part of my question was how long would it take in years for them to reach maturity? How old would these trees be, in addition to what size they physically are that will be replacing these mature Scots pines? Thank you, Chair.
Patrick, do you have the answers to those questions?
Yes, I do. Yes. The trees generally, we do not have confirmed sizes yet. That will be part of the condition, and we will be specifying trees generally of half standard stock. So about trees of about 1.5 meters high at planting. Planting of larger trees takes a much greater amount of maintenance, and they generally fail. Smaller trees being planted tend to establish better. So yes, I do accept they will be small trees going in, and yes, it will take 100 years for full size maturity, up to about 20 meters in height.
Thank you.
Does that answer the question in full, or do I need to answer any other matters, please?
If I may, Chair, as a supplemental, and I do appreciate the explanation for why mature trees or larger trees for replacement do fail. So you mentioned a term which is based upon stock. Can you expand upon what stock means?
Stock means the size of the tree at planting. So half standard stock is about 1.5 meters high. And then you get full standards, which are higher. But the main tree we recommend for planting are half standards, because they establish the best and they have the best chance of getting to full maturity.
Thank you. Thank you. Monica, would you like to come in, please?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, just to point out that the securing of the trees of the stock that Patrick just mentioned is the standard procedure. So there's nothing unusual in this case in terms of requesting that size of trees to be planted on site. This is actually good practice as far as I understand from numerous consultations with our agricultural officers. In terms of larger trees, probably would be too expensive and not feasible to be maintained on site from the planting moment. And also requesting more mature trees would be overly onerous in terms of the development and the scale of the development to the applicant. As such, the condition would not be reasonable to be applied. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. That being said, members, are there any other further questions, please? In that case, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation on this, and I'd look Councillor Johnson to second. Okay. Thank you very much. So call out names in turn again. Councillor Kelsey, 4.
Sorry, Chairman, can I just clarify, Chairman? Are you taking on board the conditions that have been
Yeah,
made in
yeah.
the recommendation?
Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Johnson. 4. Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Butt.
4.
Councillor Davies.
4.
Councillor Dion.
4.
Councillor Farquhar.
Abstain, and for the purposes of the minutes, I'd like the way that I voted.
Councillor Hilliard. 4. Councillor Lawton.
4.
Councillor Lepedevin.
Abstain.
Councillor Trent.
Abstain.
Councillor Rice, if you don't mind, you didn't take part in that. Are you happy not to vote on this one? Thank you very much, Councillor Rice. Okay, thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Chairman. So that's 8 votes in favour and 3 abstentions.
So that application is granted. Thank you very much. And Monica, if I could ask you to stay on as you are online already, and we will take your second application, which is St Adelheim's. And Councillor Johnson, you are going to leave for this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I all right to start now?
Please do, Monica.
Thank you. Right, so in this case, planning permission is sought for the construction of a flat-lined synthetic pitch, football pitch, to the rear of Rossmore Leisure Centre and St Aldham's Academy in Poole. The application is brought before Planning Committee as it is a BCP Council application and due to major scale of the proposed scheme. The site covers 11 hectares of land and it is occupied by a complex of buildings shared between Rossmore Leisure Centre and St Aldham's Academy. So just to clarify, this is the centre, this is the school. The site is set behind residential properties fronting Herbert Avenue, Winford Crescent and Turberry Road. There's a large car park on site adjacent to the building. There's also a library and a nursery and a children's centre on site. The school playing fields, which are shared between the leisure centre and the school, extend to the north and east of the site. Beyond these fields, there is an area of public open space, which is leading to the Bourne Valley Nature Reserve. The proposed development would be located on a site of 2 existing grass football pitches and the athletic track. This is shown on this drawing here. The proposal would result in the replacement of one of those grass football pitches with the artificial football pitch, which is this one, and the resiting of the other one closer to the Rossmore Leisure Centre. The athletic track would be retained. The proposed football pitch would be used by St Aldham's Academy to expand and improve their curriculum sports provision, and it will also be available for use by the general public accessing Rossmore Leisure Centre. The proposal would meet the identified and immediate need for an artificial floodlit football pitch in accordance with the Bournemouth and Poole Sports Facilities Strategy. The proposal therefore accords with the provisions of policies PP20 and PP26 of the Poole Local Plan. Sport England supported the proposed scheme subject to conditions securing the community use on site, and this condition is secured. In terms of visual impact, the site is laid to grass. as it's being used as a playing field. These playing fields are located to the rear of the leisure centre and they are not readily visible from the adjacent car park or school buildings. The site is also not readily visible from the Bourne Valley Nature Reserve due to the mature vegetation and trees along the boundaries. Some long-distance views can be afforded from rear gardens of dwellings on Terbury Road and Winfrith Crescent, so in this location. However, the proposed pitch would not be any more visible to the surrounding area than the existing football pitches on site. The proposal will include the provision of fences around the proposed pitch, storage containers, and 6 15-meter floodlights column with a floodlighting system. So these elevations are shown on this slide. These structures would be visible from the adjacent residential dwellings and also perceived from the adjacent Bourne Valley Nature Reserve. However, they are of the appropriate scale and designed for the use and function of the proposed scheme, and they would not appear overly prominent in their setting. With regards to residential amenity, the site is located at least 50 metres from a number of residential properties along Terbury Road and Winfrith Crescent. As such, it would not cause any harm to neighbouring amenity by way of shading, loss of outlook or privacy. A condition is secured to restrict the hours of use, which would ensure that the residential amenities of the local residents are preserved. Furthermore, the noise and light pollution associated with the proposed scheme would be within the acceptable limits expected from a scheme of that nature, as advised by the Council's Environmental Health Officer, who supports the proposed development. The proposed lighting columns would be sited away from the residential dwellings and their hours of operation would be controlled by condition. I'll discuss that condition later. This would ensure that the lighting would not give rise to any materially harmful loss of amenities for the nearby residents. The application site benefits from a large car park which can be utilised for the purposes of the proposed scheme. As the new football pitch would be used by St Aldham's Academy during the day, it would not generate any additional vehicle movements onto the site. The community use would occur in the afternoon and evening hours during the week and at the weekends. The additional vehicle movements associated with this use can be easily accommodated by the existing car park, as advised by the transportation officer. The proposal would be also conveniently located within the walking distance of the nearest residential development and also close to the public transport routes along Herbert Avenue. The proposal would also introduce additional cycle hoops for 10 bikes and a cycle shelter for 12 bikes to encourage the use of sustainable modes of transport. Overall, the scheme is supported by the transportation officer. The application site is adjacent to the Bourne Valley Nature Reserve, which forms part of the wider designation within the Dorset Heathlands SPA, SSSI, SAC and Ramsar. The site and its surroundings offer suitable habitats to reptiles, nesting and breeding birds, foraging and commuting bats and badgers. An active badger set was identified in close proximity to the proposed football pitch. It's shown in purple. The proposed works would not have an adverse impact on the integrity of the badger set, as evidenced by the submitted badger survey, subject to conditions requested by the Biodiversity Officer and Natural England. The proposed floodlights could potentially have a negative impact on the foraging environment for bats and nightjars. To avoid the harm, a condition can be imposed to ensure that the floodlights shall not be used at all between the 1st of May and the 31st of August inclusive. Between the 1st of September and 30th of September inclusive, the floodlights shall be only used on no more than 3 weekday evenings, which is Monday to Friday only, and only until 10 past 10 p.m. The floodlights would be used between the 1st of October and 30th of April inclusive, in accordance with the schedule secured by condition 13 attached to the report. This condition is requested by Natural England and Council's Biodiversity Officer, and it is necessary for the proposal to be acceptable in ecological terms. Subject to this condition and all other ecological mitigation and enhancement conditions outlined in the report, both Natural England and the Council's Biodiversity Officer offer their support to the proposed scheme. The proposal would also be policy compliant with regards to the matters of waste, drainage and land contamination. In view of the above assessment, the proposal is therefore recommended for approval, subject to conditions outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. Over to John.
Thank you. There are no speakers registered in objection or support, but Councillor Toby Johnson is going to speak as ward councillor.
Clearly not used to sitting in this seat, as I nearly tripped over myself on the way up to the chair. I will be very brief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to commend Monica's report. This will be a vital piece of development in this area. All schools need assets like this so they can maintain their sport offering in all weather and in all seasons. The application has been done considerately. They have taken account of what Natural England have said. I believe it will have minimal impact on the local residents, but a massively positive impact on the amenity offering and sport offering for the local area, both in this ward and in the neighbouring wards. And I think I need not say any more, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Members, Councillor Trent, I believe this is in your ward as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The one I looked at this when it first came in, and the one thing which worried me, most of it seemed generally okay, although I'm hoping that the fact that the artificial pitch goes right up to the boundary with one of the most environmentally precious bits of that nature reserve, at least based on the situation when it was last looked at, it actually bounds on where there's a lot of lizards found, and I just wonder whether that's been taken into account. But the thing that worried me about it is I couldn't really get clarity. It talked about the number of stand spaces, but it wasn't very clear where they were. That map seems to sort of indicate that it's at the rear of the site nearest the valley, but you know, I would quite like clarity on that. As I say, I've got no objection to it. People haven't raised an objection to it, although I will have, if it is used more widely, I will have an objection to something else which I've raised, you know, probably 18 months ago regarding the use of community sill, which I think was illegal in on the Rossmore campus site. But I would like clarity as to exactly where the stands are, because that I couldn't get absolutely clear.
Monica, could you explain that, please?
Yes, of course. So first of all, the slide on the screen, this is the bund. So obviously this is not the spectators area. So that's basically just a landscaped bund to provide additional biodiversity and enhancement. The in fact, the stand, or the stand, it's basically here. So it's along the football pitch. There is no designated area of seating. This is basically just to allow people to stand and observe. So that's all confined within the area. There's nothing further extending, so no people will not be wandering around the side. As you can see, the side, and on this slide you can see the fencing around it, so that prevents people wandering off further away from the site. There's no need for that. Everything is fenced off, and people will be actually accessing the site and using this space for the players to congregate, and also for the spectators as well.
Can I just ask a supplementary? The actual pitch itself, and there's a reason behind this, but I won't go into it because it'll just be going off on a tangent. What standard is the final pitch? What could it be used for? You know, is it just school use, or could it be used for any kind of minor league?
Yes, so thank you. It's basically going to be erected to the FIFA standards, as is requested by condition 2. So all the specification, external finishes, and its construction will be supervised by the specialized body, also then supervised by Sport England, to make sure that their standards are met. It is going to be used for all sorts of sports that can be played on that pitch. So it's predominantly football, obviously, but anything else that can be utilized on that pitch. It will be a presentation, and also for the community use, which will include football clubs in the area, which will be able to rent it and use and basically access that through Rossmore Leisure Centre. So definitely all variety of uses will be available on site.
Thank you. Sort of, I have some long-term reservations based partly on rumour and also partly on what was spent that shouldn't have been spent from a.
Yeah, I
local
think that's
budget.
not part of this application, though, Councillor Trent. Councillor Butt.
Thank you. Looking at the report in detail, there are certainly some challenges around this. Similar challenges many years ago at Merley and Bearwood with regard to their football pitch at the Hamworthy Club. The floodlights will obviously need to be very tightly focused on the playing pitch to avoid horizontal light spill over the adjoining nature reserve and away from residential properties. So could I have assurances that that has been tweaked to its nth degree? And also, through you, Mr. Chairman, some assurances and possibly that the fences and light columns, are they or can they be suitably coloured to minimise the visual impact in daylight? So there's the daylight issue there and the nighttime issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Monica?
Thank you. So basically the position of the floodlights are shown perhaps not very clearly here on the plan. So you've got 3 on that side, 3 on that side. They are angled and they are meeting the exact requirements of the biodiversity officer in terms of the bat preservation and night preservation in terms of the light pollution. So they will be exactly focused in this area only to avoid any light pollution to the adjacent open space. So that has been secured within the plans listing. There is a specific plan which shows that, and also is confirmed by Natural England Biodiversity are satisfied that these lights will not be causing any harm within the hours of operation that are secured. The hours of operation are only secured until 10 p.m. on weekdays and till 10 p.m. on weekends. This is to tally up with the opening hours of the leisure centre. That allows 10 minutes after the end of the session for the lights, for basically the pitch to be cleared, everything to be stored away, and for 10 minutes is sufficient for these lights to be then switched off. These will be operated on a timer, so there is no manual operation involved, and therefore it can be programmed to be conditions. And subject to those conditions, both Natural England and the Council's biodiversity officer are supportive of the scheme. I hope that helps.
And the other matter, thank you, Mr. Chairman, of the suitability of the colouring of the fences and the light columns, just a little more information with regard to that and the way in which they will blend in during the daylight hours. Thank you.
Right, so the fences are of a variety of height. Again, bear with me. Oh, there we go. So this is basically the outline of how where they would be. They are clear, basically metal chain link fences. So they'll be, I believe, green as the standard. They will definitely blend in with the surrounding area, as basically they will not be solid. And therefore they will not be readily visible from the distance or even in a close proximity. That's just standard sports fencing that is proposed.
And the columns themselves for the lights, Monica?
The columns, I believe, I don't think I've got specification. I believe that they'll be either grey or the standard colour as well. I'm very sorry. I don't believe that I've got that information actually. However, I don't believe that they will be painted in any bright color themselves. They usually go with grey or white, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any further, Councillor Rice?
Sorry about that. Yeah, would you be able to just clarify about access for walking? There's quite a few footpaths around this site, and just seems like an ideal. Well, one, I'm wondering specifically about all of the fencing that's around the site, and whether there's only one entrance into this new site, and 2, whether it's possible to access this site from the field that we can see here and the footpaths that go into Bourne Valley. Otherwise, if you're walking, then you have to do quite a long detour, is what I'm worried about.
Yes, so basically there is only one entrance to the site. It's going to be through the Rossmore Leisure Centre, because obviously all the sessions need to be booked and then confirmed. So people will be using this way to actually through here to go out, use this path and then go into the football pitch, as it is the case with all the other football pitches or any other sports provision at the back. There is no additional fencing to this area, as there is a very dense mature vegetation which will stop people as it is right now from going and wandering off the open space and further of the Bourne Valley Nature Reserve. Any fencing of this area will obviously stop the biodiversity migrating, and therefore it's not recommended to be provided. There is no instance of that site from any other location other than through the Rossmore Leisure Centre, and that's how it's going to be retained for the purpose of this development as well.
Thank you, Monica. Councillor Rice?
Yeah, well, I'm assuming it will be used for clubs, so they won't necessarily, the individuals won't need to go and be going into the leisure centre to book it, because it will be booked on their behalf.
Yes, but they still have to be.
Football club. And
Sorry.
there's a footpath. Well, there's a footpath. It doesn't show on your map there particularly, but where you've got the grey, sort of the grey whitish path going up next to Bourne Valley something. There's another one to the left of that goes right up through the green trees there, and then connects with all of the residential sort of Evering Avenue sort of side. So it just seems a shame that this opportunity isn't being taken to increase accessibility. Maybe Councillor Trent's got something.
As a quite a long time former school governor, there was an entrance on the side in the fence, and I believe that the fence has since been replaced, and one of the reasons why there is no access from there was to do with the safeguarding of children, because people could access the school site quite easily. So there was a reason for there not being any access, and obviously safeguarding of children would be an important part of the consideration, because it is a school playing field essentially. But you know, I get the point. Actually, it is a long way to go round if you are coming from, you know, my part of the world, sort of Wallaston part of the world, to you know, walk there.
Good exercise. Councillor Hilliard? Yeah, I'll come to you in a second. Councillor Hilliard? Yeah. Edward, do you want to go first?
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to allay the members' fear that this is a self-contained site. The topography of the site and the natural vegetation allows it to be self-contained. An elected member has alluded to the fact there's importance of having a single access point for entry as a measure of control of those who come in and leave the site, and obviously the safeguarding issue of children is important. The other thing as well, from a planning point of view, it would be difficult for us to impose a requirement for the applicants or the agents to effectively connect what is outside the red line in terms of further improvements of the footpath. If that was necessary, we would have consulted the Public Rights of Way officer, if there is one within the council.
Thank you, Edward. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was going to propose, as set out, it should make the outside activities all year round. So very positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, well, I would like to see that we consult the Public Right of Way officer more often with this type of opportunity. Maybe it doesn't need to be right from the end of the school playing field. Maybe the access could be from the end of Terbury Road around the corner of the football field into the car park, so that then they still access through the single point of entry to the actual football facility, but they have a way of getting to that car park without having to do a much longer detour. Obviously, we have now a policy whereby we're expecting 50% of all journeys to be walking or cycling or using public transport. And it's not appropriate to say that it's good exercise when people are more likely to jump in the car when we don't provide, when we don't take these opportunities. to make it shorter and
Mr.
easier
Chairman,
to go
is
by
this
scooter.
something would be spoken
No.
about at perhaps another venue, not here
Yeah,
today?
it's,
Very, very good points, but perhaps not for a
I
discussion
think
for
it's
today.
something to be taken up outside of here. We have to put the children's safety first and foremost at this moment in time in this one. I think that's why we closed it off before, and I think there's no change in that to keep it closed at this moment in time. Any further comments from members? If not, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation on this one. Looking for a seconder for that, please. Councillor Dion? You moved it already. Thank you, Councillor Hilliard, and I'm happy to second you on that one. So again, we'll go through the motions here and call out names in it as we go through. Councillor Kelsey, myself, I am for. Councillor Borthwick? Councillor Butt?
For.
Councillor Davies? For. Councillor Dion? For. Councillor Farquhar? For. Councillor Hilliard? For. Councillor Lawton? For. Councillor Lepedevin? For. Councillor Trent? For. And Councillor Rice. Thank you. That is unanimous, members. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Monica, for your reports. Members, we'll take 5 minutes comfort break quickly, and then we will get back on schedule. Thank you. back in session. And I would now ask Gareth if you could present the next case, which is for the multi-storey car park, Glenfern Road, Southwestern House, and 15 Furvale Road, Bournemouth. Whenever you're ready, Gareth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, everyone, to members for those technical difficulties earlier. My Wi-Fi dropped as the item was being announced, but yeah, hopefully all is fine now. If there are any issues with the connection, just let me know in questions, and I can go back to any part of the presentation and give it again, hopefully in more clarity. Thanks to officers as well that covered for me there.
Not a
Okay,
problem, Gareth. Thank you.
Cheers, thanks. Onto the application. If I could just firstly draw members' attention to the addendum to the committee report that was published yesterday. This included 4 items. So the first one was revised VAC calculations. This is in relation to the daylight impact on neighbouring or nearby residential properties. We received updated calculations for the revised scheme. And in this regard, officers still
Gareth,
recommend that. Yes, sorry.
We still seem to be having, Gareth, we still seem to have problems being able to hear you.
Coming across clearly?
No, you seem to break up. If you could speak up a bit as well, that would help. Thank you.
Yep, will do. So just covering off the addendum. So there were updated daylight calculations for nearby properties. And in this regard, officers recommend that reason for refusal 3 is maintained. There was also an item regarding an adjoining extant permission on a site adjoining the application site. This will be addressed in the presentation where relevant. There is an update to the lead local flood authority comments. They've withdrawn their objection, having reviewed the updated flood risk assessment. And then the final item was adding 2 reasons for refusal. These are in relation to heatland mitigation and also transport and highways mitigation. These reasons for refusal are procedural in nature and just relate to planning obligations, just to ensure that these are secured. I should also just mention that officers are aware that an information pack was circulated to some members. The document is now available on the BCP public access website as of yesterday for transparency. However, this information hasn't been considered by officers in their deliberations, so we would advise to give no weight to that document. Provide some context just in the application. It's being referred due to the senior planning officer recommending it due to the impact on the wider public interest, and it's being recommended as a refusal. So those reasons for refusal on the committee report are design, heritage harm, the residential amenity impact, the proposed unit size mix, and then also those heatland and transport mitigation reasons that I just mentioned were added in the addendum. The site itself is outlined in red. You see the key roads, Glenfern Road directly to the south of the site. There's Furvale Road, which also adjoins the site to the northwest. Old Christchurch Road is that road bending around to the north, and then also St. Peter's Road, which curves down to the south of the site. In terms of the main buildings on the site, obviously there's the Glenfern Road car park, 7-storey public car park, which provides 398 spaces. And then the top 2 floors of that, you can see some windows, provides student accommodation. Also, Southwestern House to the northwest of the site is vacant office space, and there are 2 extant permissions on that. 1 prior approval for demolition and 1 prior approval for it to be converted into 30 residential flats. I've also pointed out Mercury House, the circular building just to the left off site, which is student accommodation, which is quite a good landmark just when we look through a few views of the scheme. In terms of the wider context, it's within the town centre, so the town centre area action plan applies, the policies apply. It's not located within the tall buildings area. It would fall under the definition of tall buildings and is outside of that area. So therefore, there's a presumption against proposals for tall buildings unless it's fully justified. I've just tried to indicate the distance to the tall building areas. There's one about just over 100 meters to the northwest and one about 400 meters to the east. Onto the scheme itself. So what's being sought is demolition of all buildings on site and then the proposal between 14 and 24 stories for 494 residential flats, a 104 bedroom hotel, roughly 7,000 square meters of commercial floor space, which includes restaurants and a flip out leisure space, roughly 3,800 square meters of sui generis floor space, which includes the nightclub and sky bar, and a 450 space car park. In terms of the location, the sky bar, as you see here, would be located in those top 2 levels, including a roof terrace. Then the bulk of the scheme, so floors 6 to 24, would be residential and hotel use. The lower floors, 1 to 4, would be residential, hotel, and then also that car parking space. And then the leisure space and nightclub will be located at lower ground and basement floor. Something worth noting is there are different land levels on the site. So as we look through it, Firvale Road to the northwest, the ground floor access is at lower ground floor, whereas due to the heights, Glenfern Road level access comes in at the upper ground floor. In terms of the makeup of the scheme, there's quite a few elements, so I'll run through them quickly. This is the basement floor, which is which will house flip out, leisure space, and other associated restaurants to do with that. This is accessed via escalators within a core in the center of the building. The low ground floor, so this is the one that provides level access onto Firvale Road. You'll see the main access coming through this area at the northwest of the site leads to the basement. This floor is predominantly nightclub and then has a restaurant accessed off Firvale Road to the northwest. The upper ground floor, this is where we see the car park come in. Which is the bulk of that floor. You can see some residential coming in to the northwest. This is where the commercial and residential waste storage would be located. There's a separate access to the sky bar, access to residential flats, and then to the right we see the lobby for the hotel, and then access to that hotel would be off Glenfern Road. There's also a restaurant tucked in there as well. In terms of the car park, access is provided through these off and on ramps into the site here. Just to give an idea of how the residential aspects make up the application, you can see here this is the floor plan for floors 6 to 10. So we see green and blue are the residential elements of the scheme, which sort of wraps around in this space. The white space here contained within those 2 elements is the main communal external amenity space of the proposal. And then you can see to the right here in red is the hotel element, which has a separate core. So this is sectioned off from the residential development and has lift access, so there'd be no need to go through either element of the scheme to access each other. An internal elevation here just shows the makeup of the scheme, and you can see it's cuts through sort of the lower floors up to floor 4, which would be car parking, and then you can see how the external amenity space that I referred to would be laid out there. In terms of some site views, this is an existing view looking south. You can see, sorry about that. You can see in the center of the screen is the Glenfern Road car park, Southwestern House just in front of it, and then obviously these student accommodation to the side there. In terms of the proposal, this is how it sits within that context. I'll just run through another few views to give an idea of how it would sit. So here's a view. Here's a view from St. Peter's Road across the car park towards the proposal, existing on the left and then proposed on the right. Here's a view from the southwest, slightly further afield. And then here's a view from Old Christchurch Road through to the northwestern element of the proposal on Firvale Road. So I thought, bearing in mind it's recommended for refusal, I thought the easiest way to do this would be to run through the reasons for refusal, and I have plenty of additional slides in backup. So any other questions, if you let me know, I'm sure I'll have some content on it. So reason for refusal 4 relates to the unit size mix. Obviously there's a need for housing in Bournemouth, but we've got the right housing, and this should include family sized accommodation. The core strategy essentially requires the development to reflect the unit size demands of the area as defined within the strategic documents. Officers have looked at the housing and economic land availability assessment, that being the most up-to-date document, and this identifies the housing need in Bournemouth. You'll see from this table, essentially the blue bars are what the identified housing need is, and the red is what's proposed. So while officers acknowledge, obviously, in a high-rise building, it's difficult to provide a high number of family units with gardens, and you know, we can see a slight move away from the preferred mix. You can see here, obviously, the proposal provides almost 80% of the residential provision in one-bed units, with one beds being around about 5% of the identified need. And then there are no 3-bed or 4-bed or larger units in the scheme. So it's while we do accept that there will be likely some movement in this, this is a sign of bad design in that so many have been provided. It's considered to depart too far from that policy and is given as a reason for refusal. The quality of accommodation of the units, as I mentioned in the committee report, 84% would be single aspect. And again, while we would expect to see some on a building of this size, 84% is a very high figure. And again, a sign potentially of poor development or overdevelopment. And the issues with single aspect often is it can give way to poor daylight and sunlight, poor natural ventilation, because you can't open windows on two facing elevations. This can often give way to the need for mechanical ventilation, which isn't a sustainable way of cooling. Also noise issues, if you do have openable windows, they may be onto the street only or near other noise generating uses. Just showing this plan, I think the items where this is particularly at its worst are some of these north facing units of the scheme, which would obviously on lower floors have a significant massing in terms of number of stories above them. We also have these units here, which would be largely blocked by other high-level development within the bottom flank of the proposal. So that has been provided as reason for refusal number 1 as part of the design reason for refusal. A big part of officers' considerations is obviously the impact on heritage assets. So this plan zooms out slightly. You can see the application site there indicated in red. And then just in those red circles, I've indicated the 2 key listed buildings. The one on the right is the Shul Synagogue, which is grade 2 listed, about 60 meters from the site. And then the one to the sort of bottom left there is the grade 1 listed St. Peter's Church, about 130 meters from the site. The application site itself doesn't fall within a conservation area, but this is the plan for the Old Christchurch Road conservation area. And you can see the black dashed line indicates the area of the conservation area. You can see it does run very close to the boundary of the site to the northwest and north. There's also an element of it that extends to the southwest here. Officers have identified harm to the conservation area due to the scale of the building and how out of context it is with the surrounding development. Just to summarise the heritage impact, it's a table from the committee report. The red arrows indicate the areas where officers have identified heritage harm. So it's the Old Christchurch Road conservation area, the Church of St. Peter, and the Shul. The key one being the Church of St. Peter, where we've identified the upper end of less than substantial harm. We concluded that the cumulative level of heritage harm would be at the higher end of less than substantial harm, but not amounting to substantial harm. And aside from these, no harm was identified to any other heritage assets, including any locally listed building. Something obviously important to remember is that level of harm to the Church of St. Peter. The NPPF guides us that the impacts of proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, we should assign great weight to the conservation, and also the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. And the Church of St. Peter, obviously grade 1 listed, is the highest level. So officers are assigning the highest amount of weight to the harm to that asset. To focus on that, the applicants provided several long views. So this just indicates where those views will come from. So view 1 at the top there is taken from the western side of Central Gardens. It's just adjacent to the Hilton Hotel there on Terrace Road. And then view 2 is a long view near the BIC roundabout. Ringed in red is the grade 1 listed St. Peter's Church, and then the application site is just at the top right of this image. So view one, this is across the central gardens. You can see the red wireframe of the proposal just to the left there, and I just indicated the spire of the church with the red arrow. You can see that the development, the scale and the height of the development would compete with the spire, and this is a particularly important part of the church. It gives it its prominence, helps with wayfinding. You know, it's key to the significance of the church, and we consider the proposal to distract from these views due to the proposed height. Historic England are in agreement with this stance and have also advised that the gardens themselves were designed originally to facilitate views of the church spires. So this is an important view of the church, which is being impacted. In terms of that second view, slightly further afield, it looks like the development would be in the foreground here, but it's not. It falls behind that church spire. It would be in the backdrop. But at the same time, the silhouette would obscure much of the church spire, and the taller elements of the proposal compete with the height of the church. You can see just in the right-hand side on the horizon of this image, the tall buildings area, where tall buildings are preferred and largely constrained within the town centre. Just to run through the other heritage or the other listed building which we found harm to, it's the Grade 2 listed synagogue. You can just see it here, and essentially the prominent element of this heritage asset significance is the front elevation, which there's just an image on the right of this slide. We don't have any wireframe views of the impact on this asset, but you can assume you can see some of the 6-story building on St. Peter's Court creeping in the background. So we could assume that 24 stories, not too far behind it, would loom quite heavy in the backdrop of this. But bearing in mind it's in the backdrop and noting the significance of the asset, and also that the close-up views of the synagogue would be the most crucial, we identified a low level of less than substantial harm to this one. So that's reasons for refusal number 3 on the heritage grounds. 2, and then reason for refusal 3 now is the impact on neighbouring amenity. So this is a cut of the updated daylight and sunlight assessment that I mentioned earlier. I've then amended this just with a few yellow and green dots. I appreciate it's a little bit busy, but essentially 452 windows would fail the BRE best practice guidelines for vertical sky component. So when you fail, essentially the guidelines state that a loss of daylight is likely noticeable. And of those 452 windows that fail, over half would be major adverse impacts, which is the highest level of impact, where essentially 40% or more of existing daylight would be lost if the proposal were to be developed. So in terms of the markups I've put there, the green dots are buildings that haven't been affected. And then the yellow dots are buildings that have got windows which fail to meet guidelines. And then the number is the number of windows affected. So you can see that the main areas affected are along Old Christchurch Road, as you'd expect, to the north. So I should mention that this image is taken from the north. So the north is at the bottom of this image. So you can see the buildings along Old Christchurch Road, then also the retirement home at 1 to 62 St. Peter's Court, at the top of the image, and then also the Mercury House student accommodation to the west of the site. So in addition to this, also 70 windows failed the BRE guidelines in relation to sunlight, and these are predominantly along Old Christchurch Road. Sticking with the same reason for refusal, number 3, we also deemed the application to have an unacceptable impact on outlook and privacy. You can see the key areas, this being you've got up to the podium, you've got 13 meters from that 4-story podium to the rear windows on the upper floors, which are residential, or many residential units in those on Old Christchurch Road. The main massing of the building itself is slightly further set back. You also have close window to window here with the student accommodation. Something I should point out is we did consider there to be unacceptable impact on privacy and also perceived overlooking due to the number of windows that would be massed here, giving views onto the back of those properties. But this green space you see at the top of the podium is not amenity space. So no windows or doors would give access onto that space. That wouldn't be a terrace or a sitting out area. So they wouldn't be overlooking directly from that green space. Then, oh, if I just go back very quickly, just one of the items in the addendum was it was brought to officers' attention that there is this extant permission on an adjoining site, which hasn't been built out, but as permission is granted, it could reasonably be built out, and we have to give it weight and considerations. So that's this building to the bottom of the image here with the green dot on it. If I flick to the next slide, I've just indicated it here. Essentially, the permission it grants them to bring the massing of the front elements of the scheme through towards the lower elements of that site there. So bringing those, bringing the main massing of the building nearer to the northwest of our application site. This is a very crudely put together image that I've done where I've copied in a floor plan from that extant permission on top of one of the proposed plans for the current application under consideration. You can see there'd be 9 meters window to window there, and there would be this particular floor is a living room. There would also be bedrooms. We do have daylight sunlight information on the building as existing, where there would be failures. So I think we can assume that bringing the building closer towards the proposal would also result in failures. And this essentially is being added or balled into that reason for refusal number 3 on residential amenity. We consider that to be an unacceptable impact if this development were to be brought forward. So that's rattling through the reasons for refusal. It's just in the final part, I thought just it might be easiest, bearing in mind this one comes down to planning balance, to give a kind of positives versus negatives, because it's a difficult one to balance up. There are significant public benefits with the scheme, but also there are significant concerns regarding heritage harm, and there are other elements where the application is contrary to the development plan. So as in officers' considerations, as you see in the planning balance and conclusion of the committee report, as you've identified unacceptable heritage harm, the tilted balance is disapplied in relation to the lack of a 5-year housing supply as per NPPF paragraph 11. The level of harm has been identified as less than substantial harm. So if members should agree with this, then obviously as the decision maker, they'll need to follow NPPF guidance in terms of balancing the harm with the public benefits of the development. So if I just run through these quickly, on the left-hand side, we have the public benefits, so the positives of the development. So economic benefits, we've got an improved commercial officer to the town centre, and this includes active frontage onto Furvale Road, which is designated as tertiary frontage, so active frontage is welcomed. There's improved car parking facilities, although there's no uplift. Obviously, the introduction of a 104-bedroom hotel has indirect benefits through bringing visitors to the area within the town centre. The residential use itself similarly supports the town centre by bringing in potential patrons, which will be using shops and services. There's also job creation at construction stage and operational stage. Uplift at operational stage of roughly 120 full-time equivalent jobs on the site. In terms of the social public benefits, obviously the biggest benefit of the scheme would be the 494 residential units. Although we have to take into consideration that this uplift is slightly less when we consider the on-site student accommodation. Also, no affordable units are provided, and there are also concerns regarding the standard of accommodation of many of the units. However, it's still a significant benefit nonetheless. There'd also be improved restaurant, leisure and nighttime offer to local residents, improved car park design, and then the environmental benefits would be the public realm improvements, many of which would be subject to planning obligations, conditions, or some of which would be worked out within the reserved matters of the application. There's also a heritage benefit of the demolition of the visually poor existing buildings, although again we need to temper this with the proposed scheme, and officers have identified increased heritage harm through the proposal. So that essentially erases this benefit, because we'd be saying, while we're losing a poor building, what would be in its place would result in more heritage harm. And also the new building would be incorporating sustainable design measures. So those are the benefits. In terms of the heritage harm, obviously we have the less than substantial harm to the important Grade 1 listed St. Peter's Church, the Shull and the Old Christchurch Road Conservation Area. And then there are other material considerations which weigh against the proposal in terms of where it conflicts with other policy requirements. Those are the design of the building, the immediacy impact through loss of privacy, daylight, sunlight, and outlook, as I mentioned in this presentation. Obviously, as I just mentioned, the quality of accommodation concerns, and then also the unit size mix in terms of the over provision of 1-bedroom units and under provision of family sized accommodation. So wrapping everything up, officers have no objection to the proposed land uses in principle. The land uses themselves are appropriate to the site allocation. When we look at the residential units in terms of the sort of emerging path for this site, and also the reprovision of the 398 public car park spaces. So officers are in support of all other elements. I thought best not to run through each element on the scheme that we don't see as a reason for refusal, but welcome questions on any of these. And then in our deliberations, we've weighed up, as I say, the public benefits with the harm, and consider that the public benefits do not outweigh the heritage harm, and therefore request members to support officers' recommendation in refusing planning permission. Thank you for that, and thanks again for your patience with my system today, and I'll pass back over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Jill.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to note that for this application, the Chairman has exercised discretion to extend speaking arrangements to up to 15 minutes for and against. There are no speakers registered in objection. Registered to speak in support, we first have Paul Kinvig of Bournemouth Town Centre Bid, followed by Mr Richard Carr of Fortitude Day.
Good morning, everybody, councillors. I'm here not in a personal capacity as such, but I'm here representing the Bournemouth Town Centre Bid, and so we'll talk accordingly as far as that's concerned.
Sorry, representing who? I didn't catch that. I'm so
Bournemouth Town Centre Bid, the Business Improvement District. Thank you. I'll be brief. The following things have one thing in common, and they are Uber, Instagram, selfie stick, blogging, Airbnb, iPads, 4G, Tinder, and Zumba teachers. The one thing they have in common is they didn't exist properly 15 years ago. Why do I say that? Because we are in a period of immense transitional change within every town and city within the UK. 3 years ago, we wouldn't have seen a pandemic of 2 years, lockdowns. We wouldn't have seen a cost of living and a cost of doing business crisis that came into play. Why do I say that? Because every town and city is now facing change that would have probably taken 10, 15 or 20 years, contracted into a span of about 3 or 4. And so the nature of our towns and cities is fundamentally changing. Bournemouth is unique in the same that every town and city in the UK is unique. But the challenges that towns and cities face are broadly the same. I want to talk very quickly about 4 areas whereby we think development within the town centre in this particular development is actually pivotal. Firstly, in terms of regeneration. Who would have thought a year ago that 2 of the biggest businesses within Bournemouth, Vitality and Nationwide, would share an office, as was announced the other week? The nature of town centre businesses are fundamentally changing. We need to look at those areas and look at where we need to regenerate those towns, those areas of our towns, to reflect the new way of working. The leisure offering. I hear a lot of Bournemouth being a world-class resort. One of the things that we need to make sure Bournemouth is a world-class resort is 24/7, 365, not just within the summer season when the
Sorry, Councillor Borthwick, can you turn your phone off, please?
Not just during the summer when we have a huge tourism influx. The provision of leisure offering within the town centre is hugely important, not just to visitors in the summer, but to residents. Thirdly, the principle of adding to and improving the hotel accommodation stock. Our hotel stock within Bournemouth continually needs to improve and grow to attract the right kind of visitors. And finally, the big one, which is something within the bid community, but also right across the country, is affectionately, I think, known as TCL, which is town centre living. Our towns and cities are almost going back to what they were in the Middle Ages, which is where people gathered and people lived, and then business was done as a part of that. And right across the country, we're seeing significantly increased demand, but also provision, as our towns move to becoming communities rather than places that they became, which was places to come into, shop and go. So in terms of development, just in terms of the way our towns and cities are going, those 4 areas are key to how towns and cities move and finish and go. So from a bid perspective, the bid is behind the kind of development that encapsulates increased leisure provision, increased hotel stock, increased town centre living, and also the areas that can help regenerate those areas of our town that really need it. We need to be brave. Pandemics, cost of living crises, climate crises are no respecters of sometimes policy. And I don't suggest anything other than just be brave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kingley.
Mr. Carr, just to confirm, you've got about 10 and a half minutes left. 10 and a half minutes. And I understand some slides are going to be shown on your behalf.
Yeah, so are you going to control the slides?
The planning officer will control the slides, Chairman.
Yeah, if you just say when you want them changed.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, still morning, ladies and gentlemen, councillors and chairman and members of the public. The application before you today is an opportunity to utilise an allocated site in a local plan and deliver regeneration to Bournemouth. The proposed development will see the construction of a significant number of homes, but also create leisure opportunities for which to drive footfall back into the town centre and provide employment opportunities. Throughout the planning journey, Fortitudo have worked closely with the local authority to address certain sensitive issues where possible, but ultimately we have needed to ensure that this development remains financially viable and can be delivered. The existing building was once voted one of the ugliest buildings in the United Kingdom. The heyday of the Chelsea Village during the 1970s is now a distant memory. The Maison Royal Cabaret restaurant closed in 1983, which enjoyed much success thanks to the work of the now disgraced Jimmy Savile, who once part owned this complex. We all have opinions of whether statues of historical figures should be pulled down in city centres, but I think we can all agree the legacy of that man, no matter in what form, should be erased completely from the history books. The proposed development contains 280 PRS residential units and 214 open market properties. There are currently 3,500 people housed in BCP on an emergency basis in hotels and guest houses, which clearly is not sustainable. By building new dwellings, we are creating the opportunity of new homes, and some of these unfortunate people will be able to find suitable accommodation. Your own local housing needs assessment from 2021, which your planning officer has shown you, projects the population aged between 20 and 39 will increase to 29.3% over the next 20 years, equating to nearly 30,000 people. 80% of PRS property in this town is currently occupied by this age profile. The scheme has been criticised, if you've just heard, for not having any 3 or 4 bedroom apartments.
We have gone to great lengths to speak to property professionals and have concluded that the demand in the town centre is for 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. This seems logical, especially taking into consideration your own 2021 needs assessment, which I've just mentioned. One needs also to take into consideration there is a growing population who choose to live on their own, and an unfortunate increase in divorce over the last few decades. The scheme will provide substantial contributions which are all noted in the officer's report. We have requested a draft section 106, but unfortunately this has not been supplied. We, however, are happy to undertake today that we will sign a section 106 should you decide to give a resolution to grant. I noticed that 2 extra refusal reasons have been bolted on since we last spoke to the planning officer: heathlands mitigation and transport mitigation. Clearly, they would form part of the section 106 that we would, as I've said, we would be happy to sign. Obviously, prior to construction, the development will comply with building and fire regulations and will be compliant with the Disability Discrimination Act. The development will boast green credentials, creating energy efficient homes which will utilise air source heat pumps. There will be 848 cycle spaces, with over 300 of these having electric charging points. A car club will be part of the operation, reducing the reliance on private car ownership. Much has been said about the height of this proposal, but the quantum of the development that has been proposed is critical to the viability of the scheme. The whole purpose and motivation is to deliver, as I've already said, something that can be built. There are too many examples. In fact, there are 4,000 unimplemented planning permissions in BCP. Too many examples of wasted regeneration opportunities where planning is granted, ground is never broken because they're no longer commercially viable. Another one of the refusal reasons you have read is the loss of light to properties mainly on Old Christchurch Road. Clearly, any town in the UK that is going through regeneration phase is going to injure certain lighting levels of certain neighbouring properties. This is already apparent in our own town, both in Madeira Road and Oxford Road, where large buildings have been erected. The design comments are as follows. This is from the planning officer. The proposed building would be of an inappropriate scale and massing, which dominates street and vista views and fails to integrate with the urban context or be sympathetic to nearby buildings. I and my office are completely confused at this comment, as the current urban context is appalling and in a state of dilapidation. Many of you who have visited this site will have seen the deplorable state of the rear of the properties in Old Christchurch Road. If you've walked around the area recently, you could be forgiven for wondering what context are we trying to integrate with or to be sympathetic to. We are simply trying to regenerate this area. If I could have the picture of the Bath Hill Court apartments now, please. Any luck? Gareth, could you? Are you using my time up, Gareth?
Sorry, that's the second slide.
Bath Hill Court. That's
okay,
the one.
Yeah, so that's the third slide. Yep.
This development was very controversial when planning was approved in 1932, and as you can see, dwarfed every other development around it at the time. In a letter to Bournemouth Town Clerk, the eminent Herbert Russell Coates wrote, "Those of us for many years striven to make Bournemouth a prosperous and beautiful resort have to stand aside and see this horrible operation performed. 91 years later, the architecture of the scheme is praised and the buildings are seen as a key part of Bournemouth's landscape." Comments have also been made from Historic England regarding the perceived heritage harm. The setting of the Grade 1 listed St Peter's Church. Could I have the picture from Bournemouth Pier, please, of the Grade 1 listed church? The proposed development would rear up behind the elegant spire of the church in a number of townscape views, diminishing its role as a focal point of townscape. I think we can already see that's gone, that ship has sailed. It is difficult to accept Historic England's comments, especially when considering the inconsistency of their objections. The Winter Garden scheme, which neighbours the Grade 2 listed Royal Exeter Hotel, was approved at this very planning committee, different members obviously. The following extract of Historic England's response to the approved scheme, which can be found in paragraph 70 of the original planning report. The tall building adjacent to the Bick roundabout is now taller, making a mockery of the castellated tower of the listed Royal Exeter Hotel, which will cower beneath it. I am compelled to repeat, in Historic England's view, the placing of a tall building at this location is a mistake. I might also point out the Winter Gardens area was not a tall building zone. Not only will it detract from the setting of numerous designated heritage assets, it will provide a severe hard edge to the development and have adverse impact on the generous and civilised quality of Bournemouth's public realm. Despite this initial comment, Historic England dropped their comment and replaced it with the following. Historic England is aware of the importance of this project to Bournemouth Borough Council and the contribution that it should make to the wider regeneration of the town. Strange. Interesting, the Glenfern Road development, the development that I'm promoting today, will deliver more housing and more leisure space than the Winter Gardens development. And more importantly, it is viable and will be built. The number of public objections to this scheme speaks volume, and this is an extremely important point. Since submission in January 2022, there have only been 4 public objections. Members will be aware this is extremely low for an application of this size and gives good insight to public opinion of the site. Lastly but not least, I noticed the planning officer made reference to windows not opening. If you go in most tall buildings, if you go and stay in the Shard in London, you cannot open the windows. Mainly because of health and safety and because there will be mechanical ventilation. So in tall buildings, it's not normal to be able to open windows. Thank you for listening to me. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Thank you.
We also have Ward Councillor with us this morning, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for giving me this opportunity to speak. It must be pretty rare that officers recommend refusal of an application because it's too big, and yet you get ward councillors asking you to come to a different conclusion. But that's what I'm here to do today. It's not that my ward colleague, Councillor Hazel Allen, and I don't feel that the proposed building is. We do. It's not that we dispute it will have, to some extent, a negative effect on the setting of the listed St Peter's Church. We agree that it will. And Councillor Allen also has concern that the mix of units differs so much from the housing needs figures that we spoke about earlier for the conurbation as a whole, while recognising that 1 and 2 bedroom flats are much more likely to be suitable for this particular location. However, both of us generative benefits for the town centre heavily outweigh those negatives. Bournemouth Town Centre has a huge amount going for it, and the activities of the Business Improvement District, from whom we heard just earlier, together with council-led initiatives like the transformation of Horseshoe Common and the establishment of Christmas Tree Wonderland, have driven such high-quality operators as Bobby's, Urban Guild, and soon the Ivy to set up shop here. But our town centre can never be immune to the malaise that has hit retail-focused high streets all across the country for the last 20 years. This particular location has never managed to lift itself from its shabby state, despite best efforts. How could it, while it consists of the current mix of unattractive buildings and uses, a substandard multi-storey car park, an unsuitably located garage, low-end student accommodation, a tucked-away kids area, a forever vacant concrete office block, and a pretty sketchy nightclub? No wonder it takes up so much resource from the police and the council's antisocial behaviour team. So what does this application offer? It offers a real change, providing accommodation professionals who will bring their wallets to our struggling high street, proper hotel accommodation to attract visitors who want to be in the centre of things and enjoy more than just the beach, and still provides entertainment, but entertainment and leisure for those who are maybe looking for something just a little bit classier. The sort of nighttime economy our residents and the police actually want to see. In short, it's a lifeline for this area, one that can reverse its fortunes, allowing it to fulfil its potential to contribute to a high-quality town centre offering, and saving it from what will otherwise be, at best, a never-ending continuation of low-quality space. There's something else too. The applicant here. I'm sure even he will admit that he's not everyone's cup of tea. But there's a key difference between Mr. Carr and so many other large ticket developers whose applications come to this board and its predecessors. When he gets planning permission, he gets it built. How many times over the years have we given permission for exciting regenerative projects in Bournemouth, and I'm one of the people on the planning committee that feel guilty for that, which have dragged on for years and years, stopping others coming forward before eventually lapsing because they aren't actually financially viable to build. That's why this application isn't half its height. It's why it doesn't consist mostly of large family units. And it's why it doesn't have all the pretty architectural bells and whistles. This application is realistic. It can actually be built. In effect, there are three options open to BCP as the local planning authority. And you today, as the planning board, get to make that choice. You can refuse permission outright and condemn this area to continue struggling on in its current state for years or decades to come, because I can't see any economically viable alternative proposal coming forward, probably within my lifetime. You can refuse this application that indicate the revisions might lead to one that's acceptable. But, and this is key, ask yourself if those revisions are likely to be significant. I've asked myself that question and the answer's no. Maybe we'll get a couple of stories knocked off, maybe a few extra parking spaces for the hotel. But will that really make a proper difference to how it affects its neighbours? No, it won't. And it's certainly not worth the months or years of delay and the real risk it will just stop development happening. Or you can recognise that this proposal isn't quite what we would like to see in our ideal dream come true. Accept that in the real world, there have to be compromises. Grant for permission for it, warts and all, and allow the regeneration that this area so desperately needs if it's going to contribute to a thriving town centre. Earlier, I referred to this application as a lifeline. It is, and on behalf of Councillor Allen and myself, the councillors who are privileged to represent Bournemouth Town Centre, we ask you to weigh up the pluses and minuses and, on balance, to come to a different conclusion than the officers. We ask you to grant permission and throw that lifeline. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Gareth, is there anything you've heard in deputations that you would like to come back on before I open up to members?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it might be worth mentioning, just in relation to the Winter Garden scheme, that Historic England did originally object, and then amendments were made to the height of the tower element of the building to bring that down. Also, that scheme was at 15 stories at the highest point, so obviously 9 stories lower than what's being proposed. Just that point. Thanks.
Thank you very much. In that case, over to members who would like to kick off. Councillor Trent, followed by Councillor Pedwin, followed by Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of issues on this. I must admit, I really struggle to accept the valuation argument that it can't contribute towards affordable housing. I think what is the point of having an affordable housing policy if a 494 development proposal doesn't provide any affordable housing in it? And quite frankly, you know, the fact that in theory we would have 190 something affordable housing units and we have 0. The idea that the 1-bedroom flats would house the people who are currently you know, regarded as homeless and need somewhere to live, I doubt whether the people that need the housing most could afford it. The idea of working from home in a larger in a development like that is great, but I would have thought that to achieve that there needs to be a balance more tilted in favour of 2-bedroom rather than 1-bedroom properties. I can understand the point about 3- and 4-bedroom properties it would be difficult to accommodate those within the site. So I think that if we are unable to get support for affordable housing, and I know that a very small amount was offered originally, then there's something wrong with the system, and we or someone within BCP on our behalf need to make a representation about that, because quite frankly it makes the whole policy of affordable housing within planning sort of almost impossible. The other point I wanted to make was about the height, and I do think it's excessively high, but I wonder whether we could be perhaps constructive on that, because I think that if you took between 3 and 4 stories off, and 3 stories looks about right, trying to sort of picture it from the artist's impression and so on, whether that would actually make it more acceptable. If it does make it more acceptable, then perhaps we ought to point it in that direction. Car parking, I'm very worried about the level of car parking. You've got a hotel, 104 bed hotel. Almost certainly the majority of the people using that would have a vehicle. If you take that off of the total number of car parking spaces, I can't remember how much it was, but it was less than the number of dwellings, then that leaves even less to cover the number of dwellings, and there's quite a significant number of public car parking spaces there. So I do think we have an issue with car parking levels, and how, you know, does it really cater for the I think the housing mix is wrong, and I do think the development is too high. But as I say, on the latter thing, you know, I think I can see an answer, and that might actually help mitigate the parking if the parking wasn't significantly affected by that. But I do think that however you look at it, it is at least 3 stories too high, and it affects the street scene very negatively over quite a wide area. And even if you look at the applicant put up an example of a building that dwarfs from that angle the church spire, but actually the effect of that is similar to what this development would have if it had 3 stories knocked off of it. So, you know, I think there's a guideline there, even, you know, that almost helps reinforce. But, you know, I just threw that one in the mix to be positive about it, you know, about an aspect of it that is room, I think, for manoeuvre. And as I say, the housing mix should be more 2-bedroom than 3-bedroom. 2-bedroom than 1-bedroom.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Pedman.
Thank you. First of all, I just want an answer to what I think is a straightforward question. The plans of level 5 with the roof gardens and roof terraces, can I confirm, I think the officers said that there's no access to those. Can I confirm that I've got that right?
You're correct.
Right, thank you.
Exactly what he said.
So, I mean, I'm not quite sure, well, environmental reasons, but, you know, limited validity, I would have thought. Right. Now, I'm afraid this is not going to be a well-argued response, particularly taking up some of the representations. We heard from the bid about bringing people back into the town centre, which I'm all for. But if you go back historically, people who were living, well, most people were living in some sort of town centre, but they were families. They were a complete cross-section of the community, mainly families. In those days, probably with quite a lot of children. They were not people restricted to a very small dwelling. Well, they might have been, but they still had families. So this is a very slanted, skewed proportion of, or aspect of the population that would be living in this development if it came to be. A couple of years ago, one of the planning officers very kindly prepared for me a document about housing need and housing completions in recent times. And yes, there is a need for one-bed flats, of substantial needs, but that is in the affordable sector. We've not got any affordable here. The need for one-bed flats or one-bed accommodation in the private sector is actually, according to those figures, marginally less than the need for 4-bed accommodation. And the main need is 2 and 3 bed, obviously. We were told that everything's changing, and it is, but if we're talking particularly about the pandemic and the after effects, in a sense, it's too soon to judge. I was hearing on the radio only a few days ago that actually people are coming back to shop in town centres, that the attraction of online shopping was convenience during the pandemic, particularly, and actually that attraction is fading. People do want to be able to shop in town centres, but there's no retail provided in this as far as I can see at all. We're told, going on about change, it doesn't just happen. People have got to will it to happen. And we can equally, if we are so minded, will it not to happen. I'm sure. It's not like, say, evolution that goes on regardless. Change has got to be willed, and we can will it not as well. And there seemed to be an argument that it was, I accept this or nothing happens. Well, that is a very defeatist argument. A major site like this and a major scheme, it's got to be the right thing. And if it's not the right thing, go back to the drawing board. And I think it isn't the right thing. And the other issue is the height. I've been quite busy on this. Got details of the heights of buildings in Central Bournemouth at the moment. The tallest building, I'm told, in existence at the moment is in Holdenhurst Road in the Lansdowne area at about 19 stories. The Lansdowne Tall Buildings area has mostly 13 to 17 stories. The tallest consented building is 27 stories at Waverley House, Holdenhurst Road, but that's only an outline. It hasn't been complete. It hasn't even been started. So who knows whether that is ever going to be built. Richmond Hill Tall Buildings, about 13 stories, peak of about 15, but mostly around 10. In other words, this is totally out of keeping with even the current tall buildings in Bournemouth. So at the moment, that's all I want to say. As I say, very random thoughts, but I'm not at all keen on this, and I don't think it ought to go through in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you, Chair. There are some factors of the Planning Committee which frustrate me, and others which I appreciate. And one of those is that the planning officers deal with facts and deal with legislation and deal with law, and they don't deal with hyperbole, and they don't deal with appeals that it's my way or no way. So I do have a couple of factual questions which I'd like to be actually asked, but I think it's beholden upon me to make some comment as regards the representations we've seen so far. I appreciated the representation from the the bid. Perhaps I was a little bit taken aback by the developments that didn't exist 20 years ago or 10 years ago, such as Uber, Airbnb, Twitter, selfie sticks, etc. But I think we now find that those things which didn't exist at that time actually do have a number of drawbacks, and I personally experienced that in my day-to-day counselling job. And the for instance, with Uber and Airbnb, there is a detrimental effect on communities and residents, where what is actually offered actually comes astray. I was somewhat flabbergasted by Mr. Carr from Fortudo presentation starting about Jimmy Savile. So I was perhaps a little bit slow on making my notes. But the first factual question, which I'd like an answer to, and it might not be within the gift of this committee chair, is that Mr. Carr made a claim that there are 3,500 individuals housed in emergency accommodation within the BCP geography. So I'd like to understand if that's actually a matter of fact or not. The reason that that was raised by Mr. Carr, as far as I can understand it, is that these new homes, a one bedroom, would provide some degree of accommodation to this number to be established of 3,500 people in emergency accommodation. In my experience of working with the housing associations, with the council, individuals that are in emergency accommodation are not individuals. They are not divorcees. They are, in some cases, they are family groups with children. So therefore, to offer a one bedroom from a family that is perhaps in difficulty for a number of different reasons doesn't make any sense to me, particularly since the 494 affordable market flat, 494 market rate flats, not a single one of them is affordable. And I honestly don't make any connection that these flats would offer any relief in any way, shape or form to the numbers which are housed in emergency accommodation, whatever that actually factually turns out to be. Mr. Carr referred to, others referred to the fact that Mr. Carr gets things done and things get built. But there was a question mark on accessibility in his presentation. And Mr. Carr referred to the Disability Discrimination Act 1995 will be complied with. This raises a degree of concern in the presentation from the factual side of things, is that that act from 1995 was repealed and replaced by the Equality Act of 2010. If we cannot actually get a factual statement from the applicant as regards what legislation is actually being applied to, particularly for those which have accessibility needs and equalities, then unfortunately, from my perspective, it calls into question the representation as a whole. I would not be supporting this application, the appeal by the representations to be brave, that the change must happen and that this is it. And if we pass up on this opportunity, then we won't get another. The reason I will be supporting the officer in this particular case is because in actually not granting, refusing this application, is that the housing mix is absolutely way off. It's horrendously way off to what our residents and our visitors to the town actually need. So my questions are as follows. There was also a representation for the tall buildings and windows not opening, etc. in the presentation. I have a real concern with tall buildings, and I have a real concern that this one is at 25 floors, to my understanding. The Grenfield housing mix and the height of the Grenfield, and the tragedy that followed there, is 24 stories. The reason I raise this is because there was other representations for trying to resolve some issues with our emergency services, such as antisocial behaviour, the type of nighttime economy we have. I don't think a building in itself can actually resolve those issues, because what today might be the shiny new thing is tomorrow's slum. what today is the only way to proceed forward to get rid of buildings from the 70s that Jimmy Savile may or may not have had some sort of association with. They will be the Grenville of the single bedroom and a two-bedroom apartments. So I'd like to deal with facts, and the fact is that our planning officers have put together a very good case to actually refuse, and I will support the planning officers in that because of what they've laid out. And what they've laid out is the housing mix, as I indicated, to my opinion, is absolutely way off. The type of housing here doesn't resolve the problems for what is actually required. But I would like to ask a question of fact, is that can we establish actually how many people that this local authority actually has in emergency accommodation, if you please, Chair?
I'm not sure that that's a question that can be answered in this meeting. It's not for us to determine that. Although that was stated by the applicant, that is their right to say it. I can ask the officer, but I don't think he will have that answer for you, I'm afraid. Gareth, do you have that answer?
No, same as you, Chair. We don't have the figure, so I wouldn't take that into considerations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it might well be then that this is an appropriate point to come on to, is actually regards what the presentations are and what information is available to the planning authority. I have written to yourself and I have written to the case officer because this particular applicant approached me directly to lobby me with this brochure here. Now, this in itself, I've asked the question, I haven't had a reply, and perhaps we need to have it factually, is if this brochure here from the company Fortuno, if the case officer actually had that in his possession. Is that good?
I think we were advised at the beginning that he didn't have it, Councillor Parkwell.
I understand. So the arguments which are laid out in this particular document to me were somewhat irregular and distasteful, and it has reinforced my, having heard the representation, particularly from Mr. Carr, my consideration that on this application side of things is that we are disregarding, or shall I say Mr. Carr is disregarding facts and is actually trying to bulldoze forward his application to be brave, to be bold, and actually disregarding the fact that, in my opinion, and to the officers of this council, is that this should be refused because it is not the right solution for this site. So thank you very much for that answer, that this document was not shared with a case officer. And to my understanding, I think that needs to be questioned as regards why it is that pertinent information which is actually supplied to members of the planning committee is not actually shared with a case officer, because there may well be information here which actually, sorry, Chair, there may well be information here which is actually contrary to what was provided to the planning authority. And as I pointed out, to use facts which may not actually be correct as regards to 3,500 emergency accommodation to support a representation, I do not think serves this planning committee and the housing authority very well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you need to bear in mind, as we all do, certainly in my 13 years on the planning board, I have received thousands of these glossy documents from different developers from around the country, from around the town, on different applications. I've also received thousands of emails from residents, from other developers who want to put their case forward. They are not always in line with the planning officers. They're not going to be always, and that is the reason that they do it. The planning officers will present their case for what they think, and the applicant will present their case for what they think. They don't always, the whole point of it, they're not always going to 100% agree. You as a member of the planning board have to give the weight that you think is justified to any document that you get. It was stated at the beginning that the officer had not received this tool yesterday, and he stated at the beginning of his talk that he was having no weight to this. It is for you to decide what weight you want to put onto it. You don't have to read it, it's there for information. So it's down to you as to what you take from it. It's purely there to describe the outline, as it says on the front, it's outline submission. You have to take what you think from that is relevant and what you think is not relevant. If you don't want to give any weight to it, then that is for you to do so. If you think that the applicant is being misleading or telling porkies during their presentations, then that is for you to take up with the applicant. We're here today to determine this application. Okay, so just to clarify things for you.
I do really appreciate that, Chair. And I think I've made it clear that we deal with facts here instead of, as you say, porkies. My opinion still stands is that with this document and with the representation is that I believe that there is an effort to bulldoze, and this is only a matter of opinion, and what weight this committee gives to it, to bulldoze this application forward, contrary to the recommendations by the planning officer to actually refuse. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm a little concerned with what I've just heard, because we hear that from every single applicant, from every single representation we ever have, is them trying to bulldoze, to use that phrase, their opinions through. They are here to put forward their thoughts quite vociferously, as they always do. So, you know, and I will run through here my quite extensive thoughts in as well thought out a way as I can. Firstly, the design. I have absolutely no issues with the design. I think it looks absolutely fantastic, quite frankly, and it's certainly better than what is there. Several huge lumps of disgusting concrete that look absolutely atrocious and diminish from everything that surrounds them. You know, and that leads on to the mix with the 19th century buildings that are around there. And I know the planning officer referred to that particular mix as a detriment, but I can't see how it can be suggested that what's currently there blends in better than with what's with what's around and what's proposed, because what's proposed is vastly more modern, vastly better design, and vastly better looking in my personal opinion. You know, the current buildings they're hideous, they're outdated, they're not fit for purpose, they're empty, and they're decaying at a significant rate. You know, the effects on the heritage is what I'll touch on next, on the Grade 1 listed church. Now, there is definitely some less than substantial harms the officer has identified. However, my concern over it is lessened by the fact that when you are looking at it from the pictures, from the angles at which the pictures were taken, behind it is not some great sweeping vista of our green belt or the sea, for example. What you can see behind it is a various mishmash of buildings from various eras, tall buildings in the background, very little. You know, you can see a few trees there and things like that. But in honesty, the spire in that picture there that's on the screen is already subservient to what's around it. I can't see how you look at that and go, well, the biggest thing that I'll take from this is the damage to the view of that particular spire. So I think that on the heritage issue, I'd be slightly less concerned than the planning officer is. I think with the moving on to the flat balance and the affordable housing, you know, the flat balance is clearly absolutely not ideal. However, perhaps it is necessitated by the current development climate and situation that we find ourselves in, which is also tying in with the affordable housing, which we have an endless debate on so many things that we come up. But at the simple end of the day, we have been provided with the simple fact from the qualified people that it is not viable to provide anything towards this affordable housing. We've rehashed this a million times. We are not professionals in that way, and we can only go with what the professionals can show us. So the affordable housing is an absolute non-issue and shouldn't really be mentioned anymore, because yes, it's an absolute travesty that there isn't any, but that's not the fault of the applicant. That's the fault of the current development and economic climate, and it's just not reasonable for us to turn around and use that as a weapon against the applicants at all. We're not here to fix the, we're not here to fix the system. We're here to abide by it and abide by what the policies that we have to abide by say. So in terms of the flat balance again, yes, we would probably and almost certainly like to see a more mixed arrangement between the buildings in there. However, I am not aware of too many families who would want to move into a building in which there will be a brand new and very popular nightclub, given that the nightclub that's there, however sleazy it may be, and I've been in there a few times, but however not very nice it may be, it's still one of the most popular clubs in town, and whatever replaces it will probably be just as popular. And I can't see, if it was filled with 3 and 4 bedroom family flats, I can't see too many people leaping at the opportunity to live 10 stories above a group of people going in and out at 3 o'clock in the morning. People, you know, closer to perhaps my age and my situation, recently graduated, are currently in need of housing exactly like this. One of the biggest problems that we have is graduate retention, and it leads to a weird gap in our social demographic between the ages of early 20s and early 30s. When people graduate from university, they can't afford to move into any of the mid-range accommodation down here, and they move away, and then they come back when they've started families, and that is to the detriment of our area. And so providing halfway housing like this, I think, is something that's going to be very, very necessary. Very necessary. The only current options are either in Winton, which is a little way out of town, and a little bit away of the nightlife that people will be, you know, people might certainly still like to cling to their student life and their days without responsibilities. So I know they'd like to be close to the town centre, and at the moment the only option is Lansdowne, which is expensive, and you are surrounded by actual students who very quickly, as I've learned in 2 years living in that tall building zone, in one of the buildings that you can see on the screen, in fact, has become tiresome very quickly, because they suddenly start looking about 10 years younger than you. So I think that in reading the officer's report, which is fantastically thorough and well thought out and well written, I think that the biggest part of it that I disagree with him on is just the benefits and the weight given to the public benefits of this opinion. They do outweigh the concerns that are there, and I do think that it is a time for us as a planning committee to look at what's best for the town. That's why we are here. That's why we don't just defer to the officers on everything. And personally, I would think that this would be a fantastic step forward in the developments and regeneration of our town. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, a question either to the planning officer or a legal officer, but where would there have been letters sent to the houses along the residents along Old Christchurch Road, or would there been just notices put up along Old Christchurch Road and Glenfern, etc.? Thank you.
Gareth?
Thanks for your question, Councillor. Yeah, letters were sent as well as site notices. We had a public consultation on the original scheme, and then a second one on the revised scheme, and then a smaller level one just on the slight amendments to the plans. But yeah, letters were sent out.
Thank you for confirming that. Because I'm just looking at a satellite picture of an aerial picture of the site, and even at the moment, the car park and the nightclub buildings create a shadow over those properties, which will only be worse, as we've seen from the officer report. So I think clearly the amenities of those existing residents, which we have to think about, because yes, the scheme is very forward thinking and it's positive and it will bring benefits, but we've got to think about the already people who live that area who will be greatly affected. The other thing is looking at the number of external and internal objectors. So we've heard about heritage, obviously, but there's been health and safety. They're saying about the fire escapes, drainage, flood risk has been highlighted, sustainability. So it's a forward-thinking building, but it's not showing up enough evidence that there be renewables, energy supplied in the building. And then lastly, we heard from a bid, but the tourism officer doesn't think that a hotel is viable over different floors and with parking. So again, objections there. Again, I won't be in supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Hilliard. Councillor Butt. Councillor Butt, could you turn your microphone on?
Thank you, I'm so sorry. We look at the issues about light, we look at the issues around heritage, and we look at the issues around housing numbers. Well, starting with housing numbers, I absolutely agree that we're desperate for more 4 and 3 bedroom properties, but not flats and not here, definitely. I certainly would not wish upon any family with children and perhaps other relatives who live with them, which is becoming more and more the norm now, struggling with prams, pushchairs, access, egress, getting children to school, getting a school, and the lack of amenity space for our youngsters and others to enjoy, which is directly attributable to the building. 4 and 3 bedroomed houses should be provided where there is a proper amenity space with other 3 and 4 bedroomed houses, certainly not trying to put large apartments in here. I do not see that as a way forward at all. I also see that our core strategy for Bournemouth is a little elderly. I know that we are working very hard to get a local plan together, which hopefully will reflect better provision for the future. So I'm not entirely confident with what we have within the local plan. We've heard no objections from the public today here, which is also heartening. I would have expected more of an outcry. We have heard from some members about, well, it'll be the tallest building. Well, I imagine that the Empire State Building and the Shard and the Post Office Tower had their moment of glory at some stage with being the tallest building. We've heard about energies and efficiencies. We're assured that the requirements are to be provided are to the very highest of standards, with heat pumps, proper mechanical ventilation, etc., etc., etc. I haven't heard anything apart, obviously, from the officer's professional opinion, which we all need to weigh up, that has swayed me from feeling that this falls within the Bournemouth Town Centre and it's surrounded by a mix of commercial and residential properties. And most of them are not as high as this one which is intended. And this obviously has been construed as overbearing and out of character, which is the general format the officers are required to remind us of. However, it could equally be argued that it's iconic, modern and well designed. It's a statement building. It could be a destination building with the suggestion of the restaurant. Of course, we're looking at outlying at the minute permission. And this should increase the profile of the central area and lead towards the regeneration of a rather tired, I did demur to Councillor Johnson, we could perhaps call it slightly sleazy at the minute with the provision that's there, and very declining part of central Bournemouth that we have at the moment. The windfall substantial extra residential housing on brownfield land would be a significant benefit to the town. I certainly have children who would be very happy to be there, and I'm sure there are other hundreds and thousands of parents out there who would be very happy for their children to be so provided for in there, obviously subject to cost. And given the shortage of land available for building, this would clearly indicate a future trend of gaining housing by building upwards. We can't go outwards, we don't have the land. We're in the middle of the city or the town, or nearly a city. We have a high-rise building a stone's throw away, so it's not within a high-rise building area is a little ambiguous, I think. And we have other areas which are already emerging with regard to high-rise. Some of those, of course, in our neighbouring area of Poole, where we have the regeneration site, the power station site, etc., which is planning for some very high-rise buildings, which again are necessary and relevant. There are some nearby conservation areas and there are also some listed buildings, but the impact upon them, I do not feel has been proven to be significant, because the impact has already been made upon them, and it would be, you know, as we heard from the applicant, the ship has rather sailed in that direction. Looking at trees, nobody's mentioned trees, but I will do, just for the sake of covering them. There are only 2, and they're going to be retained. So I'm happy with regard to trees. Traffic and parking, we've had a good traffic analysis showing that surrounding roads can comfortably accommodate the additional traffic generated, and the extra parking for the hotel is easily covered by the large public park within development. I'm quite astonished actually to see such large car parking provision. You don't normally see that amount of provision for buildings such as this. So in my opinion, and this can only be one's opinion based on what they feel and what they've heard and what they know, I believe it's a rare opportunity which we've got in front of us today. Yes, we may have to be brave, we may have to search ourselves, and I believe that a refusal will doom the area to a continued trend of somewhat decline. Councillor Johnson's already alluded to, look what we've got there now. Is anybody actually going to be interested? Yes, there's a risk analysis. Yes, there's a risk element. Okay, we could wait around for another 5 years, something might happen. I believe the time to go is now, and we have this opportunity. We will move into further decline and further decay, and potentially then slide into an undesirable neighbourhood. It is undesirable, it could become more so. And this would definitely not attract inward investment, as we heard from the gentleman from the bid, who I thought spoke most eloquently. So I believe I very much will continue to listen to the rest of the debate, but I believe that I could possibly have the courage to approve this and to instigate a new cycle of regeneration and raise the profile for the whole of Bournemouth, provide for our residents, and ensure that those economic drivers are alive and working. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Chair. The one concern that I have is the hotel, and is there a client lined up for that? Because the reason why I say that, I don't know whether people saw it, but there was a report earlier this week from Liverpool, and there was a hotel was to be built next to the Anfield football stadium. Now that's iconic, and there's terrific football there. But the Hilton were designed going to take that hotel have pulled out, and you know, it said there's serious consequences for the council in Liverpool of what are they going to do, because it's a considerable size. So I am worried about that. Also, the fact, of course, that there isn't any drop-off point for the hotel, and that it's spread over areas. It's not in the traditional style of what we think of as a hotel. So I would like, you know, some questions answered on that. Can I just say about the one-bedroom flats? And I hear what they say, but you know, every time we sit here and the developers come and say how important these one-bedroom flats are. But I can tell you that certainly in my ward and along the seafront into Boscombe, where I've done a lot of research, those one-bedroom flats are not for local residents. They're all holiday lets. I can take you to blocks and blocks of flats along the front there, where there's only 3 or 4 residents in. So I think, you know, the idea that every time they keep saying it's going to help with the housing situation, it's just not so. The message that we get, you know, my colleague and I get loud and clear from residents is, we want family homes. That's what we need. We don't want any more one-bedroom flats. And we've, you know, I know now that there's flats where they're talking about just for holiday homes solely. So I think, you know, we do need to think about that. But it's the hotel that I would like some answers about, as whether there is a client lined up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Gareth, are you aware of that? Not
Thanks,
that
Chair.
it really should make any difference to our decisions on this application today anyway.
Yeah, and in terms of having an applicant, it would be best to advise, but in terms of the hotel itself, it's worth mentioning that when the revised plans came through, I did discuss these with the tourism officer, and they sort of have verbally withdrawn objection. I think their issues came from the lack of car parking, which we clarified. Users of the hotel would be able to use the significant car parking on site. Also, there are other multi-storey car parks in the near vicinity. And then once we got the updated plans with more detail showing, that the hotel element would be sectioned off from the residential, and it would have a core with a lift, which enables servicing of the apartments. They were quite happy with the design. So I believe they were going to provide updated written comments, but we haven't received these in time. So we have sort of an informal agreement from tourism that they're happy with the hotel in general, and obviously, in principle, hotels are acceptable in this sort of location. In terms of drop off, there is a lay-by being constructed on Glenfern Road, so that would provide servicing, but also would provide a drop off area for the hotel if required. But in terms of a demand, as you say, I don't know how much of a consideration it is, but the applicant might be best to advise on that.
Thank you, Gareth. I think one of the other things we need to bear in mind on the hotel is that there is a climate emergency. We are encouraging people to get out their cars. There's a railway station not more than a 10-15 minute walk from where this is going to be sited. So in my opinion, it's the sort of place that, I travel around the country in my daytime job, and it's the sort of place where it will take me to the centre of town, and there will be a hotel there where I could stay overnight, put my head down, pack my bags, get changed, and go and do my job the next day. So I don't think this is necessarily a hotel that would be looking at bringing the whole family down. I think it's probably aimed more at a business type of person, and the ability to come by car is far greater than being able to drive down here. We all know how long it takes to get here from any major town in the country. So, but I must stress, it's not for us to determine today who the occupier of this hotel is. We must get that out of our minds. It's not our concern at this moment in time. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether I could get clarification on how much parking is required on this site, because it seems like quite a lot of parking from my point of view. I was also wondering if there's any evidence that the applicants have provided in terms of sustainable building materials, since they are trying to be forward thinking, and is there any evidence of renewable energy provision? That's it for the moment. Thank you.
Gareth?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, in terms of the parking, so it's an allocated site, and part of the allocation requires the re-provision of a 398 space public car park. So that was a key element in order to tick the box, so to speak, of what needs to be provided in any comprehensive development on the site. So that's why the car parking is so large on the site. In terms of sustainability, a lot of the detail will be secured by condition. The applicant has mentioned there will be solar voltaic panels and also air source heat pumps, which they've mentioned will meet the 10% requirement for energy to be provided by renewable sources. We do have details on materials in terms of their performance. So, in terms of U values on windows and that ilk, to ensure that there's no stress on heating. We don't. I'm not entirely sure which materials you're talking about. If you're talking about in terms of the sort of demolition of the building, then there's no policy hook to require us to seek sort of cradle to grave details on it. But officers are satisfied that, subject to conditions, if members were minded to approve, it would meet all relevant policies in terms of sustainability and energy use.
So can you confirm how much renewable energy production is likely then? Is it only meeting the 10% policy requirement? It's not being any more ambitious?
So we don't have those details yet. I mean, as the applications outline in nature, landscaping has been reserved, and obviously a lot of the location of some of those elements would depend on landscaping and sort of jigging that all together within the roof spaces and such. But we can only secure what policy enables us to secure. So if the application were permitted, we'd essentially only be able to condition the 10% renewable provision that policy allows us. The applicant, obviously, we'd encourage them to go higher than this if possible. That's for them to propose, but the conditions would, yeah, as I say, sort of secure that base rate so that there's no policy conflict.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just like to highlight my concern about affordable housing and social housing and the lack of provision. I would be interested to know, obviously it's a requirement then to provide the 398 parking spaces, but if that wasn't required, then how much affordable housing would be able to be provided? And I completely disagree with the suggestion that it's appropriate to have one-bedroom houses in town centres, and that families wouldn't be wanting to live in flats. My husband's from Barcelona and he grew up in a flat and all of his friends did. And it's perfectly fine and social. Indeed, I know people living in Poole that live above an Audi in a section of 8 flats connected with a communal space. And it's beautiful that the children can safely play and socialise with all these families without having to go anywhere near any cars. So flat developments can provide excellent opportunities for social cohesion. So I completely do not support this in the view that it is the type of housing that it's providing and the lack of social housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawton, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened very carefully to the applicant and the ward councillor, Councillor Green, and also listened very carefully to the officer. And it's not often I not disregard or go against an officer's recommendation, but it's our job here to consider all the proposals placed in front of us and come to a decision. Now, sometimes those decisions may not concur with the officer's recommendation, but that's just a fact of life. I do remember when I was a student reading that the Sydney Opera House, when it was first proposed, was considered an appalling building when it was on the architect's design, and it's now a World Heritage Site. Now, I'm not saying this is going to be a World Heritage Site, but we have to bear in mind that what doesn't look nice at that particular day over time becomes an acceptable one. I do understand and take into account Councillor Davis's concerns about holiday lets or holiday flats, and I think I'd like to ask the officer, is there any provision or we can do to ensure that that does not happen?
No.
Well, thank you for giving me a straight answer. Overall, I've listened, as I said earlier, to the ward councillor and to the proposer, the developer, and on balance, I do come, as Mr. Kinvig does, from a great city up north. And in the 60s, the city centre was emptied out as people were moved out into the suburbs on new housing estates. And if you went into that particular city at 6 or 7 o'clock at night, all you would see is tumbleweed blowing through the streets. So the exodus, which occurred in the 60s, has been reversed in that particular city as people have moved back into the city, funnily enough, into flats. And that city centre is now vibrant because there's people there to use the facilities which are within the town centre, to use the shops, to use the nightclubs, to use the parks. So on balance, I totally agree with Councillor Green that this is an opportunity for us to regenerate a site which is in needed regeneration for a considerable amount of time. And I would like to propose that we accept and move that we grant permission for this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Before I move on and ask for it, well, I will ask if there is anyone wanting to second that. Councillor Dion, would you like to speak?
No, I'm willing to second.
Thank you. But we will carry on with the debate on this. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually going to make a proposal, but it sounds like we've got another proposal to deal with anyway, because I was going to propose we accept the officer's report with a helpful informative. I do find the actual visual design of the building is acceptable, except for its height. And but I rather hope that it would be built to the very latest environmental standards, not something which is kind of years old. In fact, we're 7 years on from when all housing was originally going to be zero, you know, completely carbon neutral, and that got removed from the statute book, and you know, we're still painfully lumbering towards having another target date, so we've lost a lot of years in that. But if well, I'll just say what I was going to put forward, and it may help inform people as to what they're thinking. But I was going to accept the refusal, but put in an informative that points 1, 2, and 3 in the refusal would be partly mitigated by the proposed building being a minimum of 3 stories lower. I think that would make quite a significant difference to 1, 2, and 3, and that 4 would be partly mitigated by a significant move towards 2-bedroom accommodation rather than 1-bedroom accommodation. So that's basically along the lines that I was going to say, but I think it's worth bearing in mind if we're going to vote on a proposal to accept it. And I will say it's interesting hearing the applicant. It does show that at least the guy is local, because I think Chelsea Village was my second home, but that was a bit that wasn't owned by Jimmy Savile.
Sorry, Gareth, there were points raised earlier regarding the Disability Act. I wonder if you could come back and clarify points on that, please. Tony, could you turn your mic on?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Stems to original comments on the application in relation to access. In revised designs, we've ensured that there be sufficient space on the adjoining highways for access for wheelchairs. So there'd be conditions to ensure that there'd be a 3-metre passing way on Furvale Road and 8-metre on Glenfern Road to ensure that to ensure that wheelchairs would be able to access the site freely. Then internally, all flats and all amenity space and also all the leisure and other commercial uses would be accessible step-free via lifts. So yeah, it was considered and we are happy that we have complied with our duty in that regard.
Thank you for that, Gareth. That's really helpful. Members, anyone else wishing to speak? No. I'll just say a few words, if I may. The building, I think many of you know that I really like tall buildings, and I like tall buildings that are not just square, that have a bit of character to them. That's one of the things I've always liked. In my job, I move around the country a lot and I see lots of buildings, and I often think to myself, why can't we have that in Bournemouth? And I look at the design of this and I think, yeah, I'd like to see this built in Bournemouth. Yes, it is large, but hey ho, it's large. Deal with it. It's there. You're going to get used to it. I don't think it's detracting from any views. I mean, I live up on the East Cliff and I walk down towards that area very often. I cut through St. Peter's Church. I don't look at St. Peter's Church and go, wow, what a fantastic building. Don't get me wrong, it is. It's a beautiful building. But where I stand from and where I look at it from different aspects of the town, I don't think, well, something there is going to detract from that view. It's always going to be a great building, no matter what's around it. It has some great characters to it. I think we have to get away from the past. We really do have to get away from the past. Things are changing. What's there now reminds me of the Tricorn in Portsmouth. That horrible monstrosity of a car park that was voted the 4th worst building in Europe at one stage. And this section of car park on that building is an exact reminder. It's the same horrible concrete style, and it just looks ugly, and it looks like it was about to fall down at any time, or if not, someone should pull it down at any time. I've been thinking about this very, very carefully. And I think there are benefits to this application. There are benefits of regeneration. There are benefits to having smaller first-time buyer available properties. Councillor Johnson's quite right. If you're a youngster now coming out of university, you cannot afford to buy a house. So you start buying a smaller property, one where you can afford to buy it, in the hope that in a year or two's time, you're going to be able to sell it on and move up and get a 2-bedroom property. Or if you get married with kids, move on to a 3-bedroom. And I think it's essential that as a town, we carry on doing that and allowing that to happen. There's an opportunity for downsizing. My own adopted dad lives in a 5-bedroom house rattling around on his own. And I'm desperate to get him out of it and get him into a smaller property. That would then free up more bigger housing. That is the hope. We all know that's a hope. We all know it doesn't always happen. But if there were more smaller properties available, it may encourage people to do so. So I think from that point of view, we can overcome that. Less travel by car for those working. We've already heard from Nationwide and Vitality this week that Vitality are closing their offices in the town centre to go and share with Nationwide on Richmond Hill, because they now have so many people working from home. So that again, more housing in the town centre will encourage more people to live there. It means that people don't have to travel so far to go to work. There's a bus station, a railway station, a travel hub, not more than 10-15 minutes walk away from here. So from a sustainability point of view, I think it's in an ideal position for people that want to work and will work outside of the area. And it will hopefully encourage some of those people to use the facilities in the town centre. We're desperate to get people back shopping. Whether that is going to happen or not is a moot point. Nobody knows. None of us know how people's shopping trends are going to change over the next few years. We've talked about the hotel. We're not business people sat around this table. We don't own hotels. And in my opinion, if a hotel say they want to open there, they'd have done their research to see whether or not that hotel is going to work for them, whether it has parking. I remember not long back in Bournemouth, we granted permission at the top of St. Peter's Road, not too far from here, for another hotel to be built with no parking. And that hotel chain want to build that building. So we need to remember that times are changing. We can't sit in the dark ages anymore. I'm minded to support the move by Councillor Lawton to grant this application. I'm also very aware that the officer's recommendation is to refuse, and therefore the officers has not had chance to provide enough conditions for us at this moment in time. So with the mover's permission and agreement, I would suggest that we move this, and if the move is to grant with the recommendation that delegation is given to the head of planning and myself and the vice chair and legal to sit down and go through the conditions once the officer has had time to draw them up before the application can be implemented. I think that is the only feasible way through to do this. We could take up a hell of a lot of time here today going through what could end up being 100 conditions on such a large scale project. And I do not think that is feasible and reasonable for us to do at this moment in time. So if the applicant, if the mover is agreeable to that, I'm happy to do that. Mr. Firth.
I agree.
Jim, you can't do that. So what I would say though is it's not just conditions, I think it's obligations as well.
Absolutely. Everything that is required from a legal point of view should come back and be dealt with by the head of planning, by Edward, by legal, and myself and the vice chair, if members would be agreeable to that. So that is my thoughts on this application. Gareth, thank you so much. Your report, for your first report to us, has been outstanding. The work you have done has been absolutely amazing. You just need to hone up on your IT skills to make sure you can get online when you need it. But that being said, I will go to the vote, members.
7 reasons, please.
Yeah, I think I just did read them out. Reasons, it's the benefits to regeneration, the supply of small first-time buying opportunities for downsizing. I do not think it's going to create the harm that our officers envisage against the heritage assets. It's an opportunity for sustainable travel. Anything else?
Just to clarify 2 points. First of all, it's obviously the mover who needs to confirm that
Yep.
to be the reason, if he's
Yep.
adopting those reasons.
Yep.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
And Chairman, so just to clarify on that, as I understand it, I'm not, from a heritage particularly point of view, which was referenced quite a few times, are members accepting that it might be contrary to policy in that respect, but the benefits outweigh?
I do. I personally
Mr.
think
Chairman,
that.
Sorry, Mr.
Sorry,
Chairman,
one moment.
could I just ask a question?
Yeah, go on.
I'm a little confused. Do we need to give reasons as to why we would grant something?
We
thought
do when
needed
we're
to give
going
them when
against
we
the officer's
refused.
recommendation.
So when it's a complete turnaround?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you want any more reasons or are you happy with
okay,
those?
no.
Thank you very
I
much.
think the reason of going against the heritage officers is that in their own reports it says that yes, there is harm, but they don't say that it's substantial. They say it is medium to high and less than substantial. So I think that in itself gives us the ability to look further than that, if you like, to move forward with what is coming forward in the future as well. And it may be that one day we look at this building and say, yeah, that's a really great heritage asset, because certainly at the moment the buildings that are there are of absolutely no heritage value or anything to either the conservation areas or the area in general. And I think the harm that this is going to inflict on St. Peter's Church is less than substantial, less than even medium harm. And I think for that reason, I'm happy to go along with that.
And again, Chairman, looking at the mover
Yep.
to identify that's what he's accepting, that might be contrary to policy in that respect. But
No, I
benefits that way.
Okay, members, in that case, we will move to the vote on this. Councillor Farquhar.
Sorry, Chair, and I do appreciate your indulgence. I think I am understanding what you're trying to achieve here. But I didn't mention it in my representation, but one of the things which was mentioned in the, because we are focusing predominantly on heritage and regeneration, is, and going against policy, is my concern around the loss of 40% of daylight and the impact that that has on residents on the adjoining properties. You know, vitamin D, well-being, seasonal effect disorder, etc. I'm quite alarmed by the, as Councillor Hilliard pointed out, you look at the Google View satellite view, you can see the shadow of the existing building already there. I'm quite alarmed that we need to have some sort of consideration that there needs to be a red line if we're going to deny current residents 40% of their daylight by proposing a property of this size and scale. Because in praise, again, I join you in your praise, I thought it was an excellent presentation for a first presentation by the officer. I'm very alarmed by the fact that it's identified that there's a loss of 40% of daylight to existing properties.
Yeah, I understand your point, Councillor Farquhar, but I think there comes a time when you have to say a lot of this is guesswork in how the building is going to affect the light of other people. And as it's already stated, there is already an amount of light that those buildings are losing. And I'm not necessarily sure that just because the building is taller and it is 20 meters away, that a lot of those windows will actually attain even more loss of light. There is only so much loss of light you can attain. There is only so much daylight. There is only so much light available. So I'm not quite sure that, you know, some of these light reports are actually as damning as they seem to be. So, sorry, my battery's gone on my. That being said, I am now going to go to the move on this one, and I will start off with myself. Councillor Kelsey, I am for. Councillor Johnson, for. Councillor Borthwick, Councillor Butt,
for.
Councillor Davies,
for.
Councillor Dion, for. Councillor Farquhar,
Against, and for the purposes of the minutes, I'd like my vote recorded, please.
certainly will. Councillor Hilliard,
Against.
Councillor Lawton, for. Councillor Lepedewin,
Against.
Councillor McCormick, Councillor Trent, and Councillor Rice.
Against.
Thank you. Could I have the numbers, please, John?
Thank you, Chairman. That was 8 votes in favour of the move and 5 votes against.
Thank you very much. So that application is granted with the condition that all conditions and any other legal documents and necessities are dealt with by myself, Vice Chairman, Mr. Firth and Mr. Fox as Head of Planning. And members, I'm going to call, it's now, I think 12:30, 12:45. So I'm going to call a 45-minute break now, and we will reconvene sharp at 1:30. Welcome back to the resumption of today's BCP Planning Committee. We'll crack straight into item 6B, which is Purbeck Court, 65 to 67B, Boscombe Overcliff Drive. And I would ask Frank Gently if he would present his case, please. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me and see what's on screen clearly?
We can indeed, thank you.
Excellent, okay. So, Chair and members of the public, this is 65 to 67 Boscombe Overcliff Drive in Bournemouth. It's been called in because the number of representations received exceeds the scheme of delegated powers, and also by a ward councillor for the reasons given in the report. There was a previous scheme refused at the September 2022 committee against officer recommendation. It was refused for 2 reasons. This resubmitted scheme, you'll see, remains as previously proposed and presented to members at that committee in September. Paragraph 10I of the report lists the reasons for refusal given by members at the committee. I'm not going to read them through here, but they are in the report. Paragraphs 34 to 38 of this report discuss the applicant's justification for making no changes to the built form, the layout and the unit mix since the previous determination at committee. And it also gives the planning officer's recommendation and assessments of this. The issues related to unit mix and density and visitor parking are respectively dealt with in paragraphs 62 to 68 and 80 to 83 of this report. No affordable housing contribution is offered with this proposal, and the reason for this is explained in paragraph 102. A revised summary and planning balance are presented in paragraphs 106 to 111. Having reviewed the reasons for refusal, officers do not consider that they will be able to successfully defend the previous refusal at appeal, risking an award of costs against the council. An appeal against the refusal has now been submitted. It's an uncommon step to return a case so quickly, unaltered, to committee. However, in the interest of clarity and due process, I will run through the proposal again on screen with an updated commentary. The site is on the north side of Boscombe Overcliff Drive. It's 3-storey, a 12-flat block known as Purbeck Court and dates from the 1950s. The site is elevated above road level and has a similar depth and footprint to the neighbouring 2-storey dwellings, albeit with 3-storey rear wings at either end. The building has domestic references throughout through features such as roof and window arrangement. It sits comfortably alongside the neighbouring 2-storey houses despite balconies. Vehicle access is to the rear between 4 and 6 Rotherfield Road. No vehicle access is possible from the front. Car parking and garaging are behind the building. This slide shows the arrangement of adjacent buildings. We've discussed this before, but for the benefit of members and members of the public who weren't here last time, Bungalow at number 4 sits to the rear of the site. 2-storey houses sit also to the rear of the site. 69 and 71 are 2-storey houses, and permission has been given for those to be demolished and replaced with a block of flats. I'll discuss that momentarily. 63 was a detached house, has since been removed and redeveloped as a block of flats, as you'll see in some photos in a moment. Boscombe Overcliff Drive comprises a mix of 2 original 2-storey dwellings to the north side that are gradually making way for flatted developments, typically of 4 storeys with flat roofs and a contemporary appearance. Some properties to the west have 5th floor penthouse elements. Architectural style is mixed, but upper floors are generally set back with a subservient appearance. Front elevations tend to be flat, but characterised by large, wide balconies. Following planning permission in 2019, number 63 was replaced with a block of flats, as you see on the left-hand side of the photo here. That was built in 2021. Note the high-level windows on the side here, and I'll refer back to those later in the presentation. Planning permission was granted in February 2022 for the demolition of 69 to 71 in the bottom photograph, and their replacement with a block of 14 flats. Prior notification, which is one of the lawful development type applications, was granted in 2021 for an additional 2 floors under permitted development rights that would have allowed extra 6 flats to be added to the top of the building. So what do we have? We have the same as we had before. Full planning permission is sought to demolish the existing 3-storey block of 12 flats and the detached garage structures to the rear and erect a single block of 19 flats set over 5 storeys with associated access and a new basement cycle parking level. The proposal would provide 6 3-bed units and 13 2-bed units, and that comprises of 31.6 3-beds and 68.4 2-beds. Development density equates to 95 dwellings per hectare against the neighbourhood plan policy expectation of 100 dwellings per hectare. The proposal would be centrally sited and comprise 5 floors of accommodation with a below ground level for cycles and bin storage. Unlike adjacent redevelopments, no underground parking is proposed. Access is from the rear as existing. The development would deliver a modern flat roof building. The fifth floor would step 1 metre inwards from both ends of the building. The frontage would stagger back gradually in 3 steps, with similarly stepped balconies across the floors, accentuating the offsets. The elevation will be broken up with square and rectangular framing and glass balconies. Similar framing to the rear, but no balconies are proposed there. Glazing in all cases, other than to the sides, will be full length. To the sides, windows are limited in number and size, typically lighting either bedrooms or kitchens and set within rendered elevations. Remember, I pointed out the high-level windows in number 63. The buildings, as they've been redeveloped along this block face, have been considered for future sites coming forward. And so 63 has been developed with the fact that this site may come forward for redevelopment, so there's no privacy issues between them. Conditions are proposed to secure the delivery of robust materials in this harsh marine clifftop location. The tables in paragraph 3 of the report set out some of the comparators between the proposal and the surrounding buildings, but hopefully this visual will assist everyone at the committee. The purple line on the screen is the building as it currently exists. The yellow or mustard line is as was approved under prior notification, which again is permitted development, which allows an additional 2 stories to be erected on site without the need for full planning permission. That remains a permission that's possible to enact up until 2024. The building you see obviously in grey is what's proposed. To the side, 63 is as built, and then you see the comparison between 69 as they exist and 71 and what's been approved in the silhouette. You get an idea on this slide as well of interface distances between the properties. So with reference to this still on screen, you see number 63 becomes marginally closer, but does have the high levels, whereas the development to 69 will actually set further away than the existing houses. The report explains how these distances and impacts are acceptable. To the rear, proximity, the rear windows of number 8 Rotherfield Road are between 35 and 41 metres from the closest parts of the existing building. The proposal would place windows within 34 metres, 29.6 and 27 metres to number 8. The rear windows of 4 Rotherfield Way are over 28 metres from the rear elevation of the existing flats, and the proposal would place new windows approximately 25 metres from the bungalow's rear elevation. With reference to paragraphs 51 and 53, the report explains how these distances and impacts are acceptable. Moving now to the amenity of the future residents. The technical housing standards, which are the minimum floor space standards, and neighbourhood plan policy BAP 7, all require reference to internal space. All 19 flats would exceed the minimum prescribed space standards. Generous balconies are proposed to the frontage of each unit, with ground floor flats each having a large patio area facing the sea. Access and entry arrangements to the building again feature the improved concierge, outlook safety and internal connections to the basement and bin cycle stores that were negotiated on the previous scheme. With regards to highways and servicing, pedestrian accessibility is acceptable, subject to demarcation of services within and throughout the site. Vehicle access is to reuse the existing, with visibility display shrub clearance required and a lamp post to be resited. The cycle store is capable of hosting 44 spaces needed, with space at ground floor for 2 visitor spaces. Of the 25 car spaces required by policy, 25 would be delivered, unallocated to any flat. The number of parking spaces proposed means the scheme fully satisfies the standards within the 2021 SPD, and therefore the aims of policy CS16. I can answer specific questions on parking if members raise them, but I'd like to be concise at this point so that we just get through the presentation, because I know there might be some questions on that. Additional wording is proposed in number 12, condition number 12, to prevent spaces being allocated to flats for the lifetime of the development. This is discussed in paragraph 81 of the report. So subject to conditions, the wider highway impacts of the proposal would be acceptable. regard for paragraph 105 of the MPPF, which seeks to resist only severe impacts on network capacity or safety. Trees and landscaping. 2 areas of trees and planting alongside the rear entrance are to be retained. 4 trees are to be lost in the car park, 3 holly and 1 plum. These are of low grade. They're to be replaced with 6 trees, a mix of cherry and silver birch. The tree officer has reviewed the age, health and visual contributions of the trees being lost and considered that the proposals are acceptable subject to conditions to secure adherence to the ARB method statement and soft landscaping provision. All other relevant planning matters are dealt with by the report. Conclude my presentation there. Just a note on affordable housing. There was a previous contribution of £67,053 proposed by the applicant. Following the refusal and resubmission of this application, the policy team have clarified that as the proposer is only proposing a net gain of 7 dwellings, the provision falls below the threshold at which policy AH1 is triggered. It's not reasonable for the LPA to insist on a Section 106 affordable housing contribution, as the policy does not require it. I will stop there, Chair, and await any questions from yourself or members once we've had the feedback from speakers.
Thank you very much, Frank. Over to Jill.
Thanks, Chairman. The first objection is from Neil and Susan Lyon, and there is a slide to display as well. It's by way of a written statement. This same application was rejected at the BCP Planning Committee on the 22nd of September 2022. Rather than be willing to take on board the BCP committee refusal reasons and compromise or refine the application, the applicant have instead resubmitted exactly the same application, claiming the BCP committee refusal reasons were fundamentally flawed and contradict each other. It is clear the applicant has a fixation to shoehorn as many flats as possible into the site, with no willingness to compromise or see reason to reduce the number of flats to help comply with either the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan housing mix or BCP parking standards SPD. They state that because there is only 25 parking spaces on site, they are unable to increase the number of 3-bed flats, as this would create additional parking requirements. However, that statement is only correct based upon still having 19 flats, and they have not been willing to consider simply reducing the number of flats to overcome the reasons for refusal. We can only deduce the reason for that is solely for monetary gain to try and maximise their profits. The attached table shows if the applicant was more willing to consider less flats, they can actually comply with both neighbourhood plan BAP6 housing mix and the BCP SPD parking standards based upon the 25 available parking spaces. If parking is on a 100% allocated basis, the table shows that if flat numbers are reduced to 14 or less, they can overcome the reasons for refusal, highlighted in green. If more than 50%, 13 plus spaces, are on an unallocated basis, the visitor parking is not required. So if the flat numbers are reduced to 16, the reasons for refusal could be overcome, highlighted in amber. Having a scheme with less flats would likely mean a 4-storey rather than 5-storey development. This also then resolves the local residents' concerns with regards to A, the building's height, and B, less flats means less traffic movements and reduced overspill of flat parking on neighbouring roads. In the supporting statement letter, the agent also claims that neither the adjacent sites at 69 to 71 and 63 Boscombe Overcliff Drive achieve the neighbourhood plan BAP6 housing mix. While this statement is correct, they fail to point out that whilst those sites don't achieve the housing mix, they do actually meet the BCP SPD parking standard criteria. This application doesn't meet either the neighbourhood plan BAP6 housing mix or the BCP SPD parking standards, which is why the BCP Planning Committee were correct to refuse the previous application and should refuse this new one for exactly the same reasons until the number of flats are reduced. And the second objector is Nicholas Glassick, who is here in person. Mr. Glassick, if you'd like to come forward.
Good afternoon, Chairman and councillors. Some of this same ground as the previous objector, but as a resident of Rotherfield Road, I would like to take this opportunity to summarise the points made in the over 20 formal objections to this planning application. The proposed 5-storey 19-flat construction is taller than adjacent flats and taller than any building on Boscombe Overcliff Drive. It will cause overlooking privacy and light issues from neighbouring residential houses and flats. It does not comply with the Bournemouth local townscape plan for this area, and it seems in complete opposition to the vision set out in the Boscombe and Folkestone Neighbourhood Plan, which is BAP, whose aims won 94% of local resident support at a recent referendum. Onto parking. The additional flats will greatly increase the number of cars accessing the Rotherfield Road entrance, thus creating more traffic and noise disturbance in this residential road. The additional flats won't allow for ample parking within the site. The additional cars will predominantly park in Rotherfield Road, which, due to its proximity to the beach, already has high parking levels. It is my understanding that the developer has now exercised their option to purchase the existing Purbeck Court property, and therefore, in my opinion, must be content to comply with the 4-storey wishes of neighbours and local planning policies if needs be. This application is unchanged. This application is an unchanged resubmission of the 5-storey 19-flat application made and refused only a few months ago by yourselves. Local residents see absolutely no reason why the application should not be refused again. Many thanks for listening and for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And speaking in support is Mr. Ken Park on behalf of the applicant.
Good afternoon, members. As you've heard, permission is sought for a 5-storey block of 19 flats, which is to replace a currently approved 5-storey block of 18 2-bedroom flats. So it's a better quality building with 1 additional flat. My permission was refused due to the mix of proposed dwellings differing from neighbourhood plan policy, specifically for not providing sufficient 3-bed flats and due to a perceived shortfall in parking. Now, the reasons for refusal are flawed, and it's for that reason that the application is resubmitted to you to provide members with the opportunity to reconsider with additional clarification to assist you with your decision making. Now, there were no other reasons for refusal, so all other matters are deemed acceptable and cannot be revisited. So the proposals provide 13 2-bedroom flats and 6 3-bedroom flats. The existing approval is 18 2-bedroom flats and no 3-bedroom flats. The policy requires 50% 3-bed flats, which would be 9, so we were 3 less. However, the proposals provide 6 more 3-bedrooms than the existing approval. So as a matter of fact, it is a much better mix in the context of policy than the fallback position. Now, also, as a matter of fact, because we deal in facts here, the policy about mix has as its objective aim 2 of the neighbourhood plan, which specifically states a clear presumption in favour of family dwellings of at least 2 bedrooms. That stated presumption would therefore apply for a development proposing 100% of 2-bed flats and no 3-bed dwellings. So the facts are, members, that the presumption in favour of 2-bed flats applies. That presumption applies to the current proposal with full weight, and the council refusal conflicts with that presumption. So members, no weight was given to the fallback position of 18 2-bed flats with no 3 beds. No weight was given to the increase in 3-bed provision over that fallback position, and no weight was given to the clearly stated presumption, as we've heard, supported by the residents of Boscombe, in favour of all properties being 2 beds and above. So members, the refusal simply does not stand up to scrutiny. Notwithstanding that, members, As we all know, provision of mix is not a simple mathematical matter. It is driven by physical site constraints, the size and shape of a site, the position of neighbouring buildings, the availability of elevations in which to insert windows, which will receive good light and outlook, and the availability of parking. Now, it's naive to think that a developer is going to rescind his 5-storey block of flats and provide less flats than the approved situation. And I've heard what the resident has said, and I'll respond to that in a minute. But members, be aware that the applicants, planners and designers are skilled, and we know how to best make efficient use of a site. And again, the neighbourhood plan sets out a clear objective to make efficient use of land within their area. In the current case, we have provided the maximum number of 3-bedroom units and a much better policy compliant mix than has been approved on this and on adjoining sites. It is simply not possible to provide any additional bedrooms within the building. But again, any additional 3-bed units would require additional parking, and members refused the previous application due to a shortfall of 4 visitor spaces. Now, that reasoning is easily addressed by requiring spaces to be unallocated, in which case visitor parking is not required, so sufficient on-site parking is required. But that reason for refusal conflicted with the reason for refusal in relation to mix. And so the facts are, because we deal in facts, that members' requests for additional 3-bed units would conflict directly with the parking reason for refusal. Members, there is no conflict with policy. The 50% requirement is aspirational, but it has inbuilt flexibility in recognition of site constraints. But importantly, what we have here is 6 more 3-beds than approved. The presumption which supports our proposals regardless of the mix, if it's 2 bedrooms and above, and car parking and other constraints do not support any additional 3-bed units. So members, I would ask you to support this application. As you're aware, an appeal has been made, but we will withdraw the appeal, member. We don't want to go through the hassle of appeal for something which is so obviously correct and is a good proposal, member. And I would ask you to support that. And the mix is as close to the aspirational mix as we can get it. It's a good development, and the parking meets your highway requirements. So the previous reasons for refusing the application are addressed, members, and that is the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Frank, is there anything that you've heard? Oh, sorry.
Just a written statement from Councillor Andy Jones. The proposed development for a 5-storey building, which is exactly the same as the previous application, 7/2022 3914B, significantly increases the overall height of the existing building and is completely out of keeping with the immediate surrounding buildings along the cliff top. The increase in height and overbearing nature of this development would have a hugely negative impact on the properties to the rear through loss of privacy and natural light, and therefore preventing residents from continuing to enjoy their properties as at present. In addition, I note that the reasons that this committee refused the application back in September, i.e. contrary to parking policy, and that the development had a density housing mix contrary to policy, still remain. Nothing has changed. This application does not comply with either the Bournemouth local plan or the Boscombe and Pakesdown neighbourhood plan, and I therefore urge the planning committee to refuse it.
Thank you very much. Frank, is there anything that you've heard that you would like to come back on, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, the report has been revised. The paragraphs I mentioned earlier on, 62 to 68 and 80 to 83. With regards to the neighbourhood plan, looking at paragraphs 62 to 68 of the report, we do go into a lot of detail about the BAP policies and what they actually say and what the justification text talks about for each of those elements. BAP 6 is split, if you look at it, and we've drawn out a much more detailed response now to BAP 6B to try and address what we tried to address verbally at the meeting last time about the difficulty of density and flat configuration and the information provided by the applicant to look at alternative configurations. So just to reiterate what the applicant has just said there, the report does respond to that and gives a more thorough assessment. And obviously this coming back to committee is an unusual situation, and behind the scenes there's been discussions with policy, the legal department and planners obviously to establish what it is we're assessing and how we're assessing it and what the policies state. So I draw members' attention to those paragraphs specifically, maybe a quick reread of them, maybe of assistance, because I imagine there will be questions raised about those elements, but the report does give all the answers I think that are probably going to be needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. So, members, who would like to kick off on this one? Anyone? If there is no one wishing to debate, I'll go to a vote. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. It's probably legal, if you don't mind, but the neighbourhood plan, Boscombe Folkestone neighbourhood plan is a key document for many residents. So could you just confirm how that is taken in consideration by the local planning authority? Thank you. And obviously focusing on BAP 6, and is it a definite requirement or is it aspirational? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Firth.
I can comment on the first bit. I might struggle slightly with the second bit, but Chairman, as far as the status, well, I understand it. The Boscombe neighbourhood, the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan is an adopted plan. It therefore forms part of the development plan suite of documents, and consequently, it's caught by the general provisions of Section 38(6) of the Planning Compulsory Purchase Act, which means that development should be in accordance with the plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So it is indeed the starting point of assessments along with the other adopted plans that you have in place. So it is an important document. It is correct to say that. As far as the second part, I think that would require a degree of analysis, and Frank, your planning officer may be better to comment on that than I am, but I would say I'm not sure I'd refer it as an aspirational policy. Looking at it as I am just doing now, it seems to contain policy requirements, and therefore it is a policy to which you should have regard and consider whether the proposal accords with it or not. Now, if it doesn't accord with it, that doesn't mean you can't approve this scheme, of course, but you'd have to weigh that in the balance and consider potentially whether other material considerations indicate otherwise, as other policies as well. So as I said, it may be we need to have the officers take you through BAP 6 a bit more clearly so members can take a view themselves as to whether this policy accords with it or not.
Thank you, Mr. Firth. Frank, would you like to comment further on that?
Yes, Chair. I mean, the aspiration behind the policy is to reduce the number of one-bed units and to create more family appropriately sized units. It's the aspiration. The policy gives a technical way to get closer to achieving that, because obviously the market will influence from what it will be able to sell. From a planning policy point of view, we are trying to get more family units. So the technical way to achieve that is to, or get closer to achieve that, is the policy sets certain percentages where we should try to achieve those percentages. Now, it's atypical. You don't normally get developments that comply fully with that policy on any scheme, whether it's in Boscombe or not. The mix tends to be dictated by what the local market forces are. Here, we have a policy site which is within the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan area, and we have a development which provides family-sized units of 2 beds plus, but also then tries to get closer to achieving the 50% policy. So you have a lot of things being considered, and without reading through everything in those 6 paragraphs I've talked about, that's the best summary I can give you, is that there's an aspiration to increase the number of family-sized units. The technical way is to try and get closer to achieving those percentage mixes, but the policy itself is caveated with looking to try and create sensitive redevelopment. So that's looking what's an appropriate density compared with what's next door, what's in the surrounding area. So that will also influence the number of units on the site. Here you have a development that is 95 dwellings per hectare, compared to the policy requirement says it shouldn't exceed 100. So it's within that balance of what's the maximum. It's actually slightly below. But obviously site specific and looking at individual plots, you'll get different densities all across that area. I don't want to go off track. So if that, I feel that's summarised as best I can. without quoting verbatim the policy on screen, we've done the assessment against the policy to try and tease out the technical response and how close we get. The developers provided a summary of what alternative schemes would achieve on the site in terms of unit mix, and cited that they would cause problems with windows in the side. You'd get a different mix that would then perhaps satisfy BAP 6, but then also contradict BAP 1 in terms of parking, and also CS 16 on the core strategy in terms of parking, by not being able to meet those policies, but it would meet this. So the difficult thing is this policy is in with the context of other policies and the planning balance, which is at the end of the report. So it's a finesse and a technical consideration, but that policy then becomes part of the mix of others. Sufficient information has been put forward by the applicant to show that an alternative scheme would present its own problems. Okay.
Okay, thanks for that. So the BAP 6 does say if the cost of applications which include a different housing mix must be supported by up-to-date housing need evidence and or an assessment that demonstrates compliance with requirements are not viable. So in your opinion, are you saying that the the developer has said it's not viable to have that mix? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. An additional thing happened since last committee, and that's the budget impact on the national economy. We had a viability assessment done on this before coming to September committee, and obviously the housing market was in a certain way and things changed dramatically since then. So in terms of viability, we haven't revisited that at this point, but I imagine the viability of the site will have changed, and in a negative way, not a positive way. So in terms of what information they submitted sufficient information to demonstrate that alternative schemes would present their own problems and would then satisfy that policy, but would have other policy hurdles in their way. Knowing the site, having dealt with it for many months and dealt with the prior notification the year before, knowing the constraints, having dealt with the properties next door, having picked those up, 61 to 71, and read through 63, its redevelopment and the report that went with that, got a very good understanding of what these sites are capable of taking density-wise, and so know the constraints and know the issues that were faced with those and the height reductions and changes that were made to those. So from a technical point, the planning office has had that additional foreknowledge that's factored into assessing what the developers had to put in. And although it's not drawings of alternative schemes, we've seen those drawings in the previous permutations. This scheme itself was changed before, when it first came in. There were changes made to below ground level to some of the balconies elevations, and obviously we got the previous scheme changed on the prior approval. That was also reduced in size. That was a prior notification application on technical grounds, but we requested they make several changes to that to address some of the concerns we had about, because it had wings going backwards, about impact on neighbouring properties. They didn't have to make all of those changes, but they opted to. So we've been heavily involved and we know a lot of what's gone on before, and that's factored into that assessment. So you're presented with a summary of all that assessment at this point, to enable to make a decision that we are confident as planning officers that they've met that policy requirement to demonstrate information.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Frank. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting to see this proposal after the advice given and the experience of earlier proposals, particularly as regards each side arguing their particular case why and for and against. It does help to actually read the BAP 6 when we talk about 50% as being aspirational, e.g. 50% of new development or developments within the BAP area. It actually says proposals of 10 or more units which include 50% 3 bedrooms or large dwellings, 40% 2-bedroom dwellings, 10% 1-bedroom dwellings. Now, for your standard resident, I think that's fairly clear. And your standard resident We've just had two presentations which are absolutely excellent for their understanding of the neighbourhood plan. The neighbourhood plan, and let's get it straight, is that the way that the conurbation is going is that more and more neighbourhood plans will be getting adopted. Just last week, Tuesday of last week, this council was to acknowledge the adoption of the Highcliffe and Watford neighbourhood plan. In the previous discussion on this particular application back in September 22nd, I think it was, then we got clarification from the planning as regards what I term the sovereignty of a neighbourhood plan and the weight that it's given. And we've had that clarification once again. So when we look at facts, the residents and their understanding of 50% 3 bedrooms, 40% 2 bedrooms, 10% 1 bedrooms, and again, we're talking about facts, is 93.48% of those voting for the adoption in this community of Boscombe and Folkestone to adopt a neighbourhood plan. I think they understand very clearly. I think that leads me on to my next point, is that we've heard in the representations what I perhaps discuss or describe as semantics and dancing on the head of a pin. I've also got the impression of a gun being held to the head of this planning committee. I get that impression from the fact that an appeal has been put in to the planning inspectorate, and the expectation or that's been given is that if you don't change the decision of the planning committee today, then the appeal will carry on. But if you do change, then we'll withdraw the appeal. And I think this gets to the nub of it for my position, is that this neighbourhood plan for Boscombe and Folkestone is being tested in real time, and the outcome of the decision of this planning committee, whether or not to accept that as a gun to our head, and the planning officer themselves in their presentation said that we believe that we will lose as a planning authority and we will be awarded costs. But my belief is that we should reject this resubmission of the same application, albeit accepting that work has been done to look at which ways it can be worked. The only thing which we've got is that, for facts, is that the applicant themselves have said, no, it can't work. We must work with 5 stories and we must work with 19 units. We've seen a very good presentation from the residents, and this is as a whole, because the last discussion and all these discussions, we can't deal with any particular item in isolation. We have to give weight to these items and then as overall make a decision as a planning committee whether or not to accept or reject the recommendations of the officer. So in this particular case, the most weight is being given to the BAP, the Boscombe and Folkestone Neighbourhood Plan, and the SPD. And that's the reasons for the rejection by this planning committee back in September. The situation as it stands just now is that still the same, that remains unchanged, other than the residents' presentation as regards reducing the height of the property and therefore reducing the number of units to achieve the mix, and having unallocated spaces fulfills both the BAP and both the SPD. So I won't be supporting the officer's recommendation simply because I believe that this should go before the planning inspectorate, because it tests the sovereignty and the weight of a neighbourhood plan. And there is just last week a new neighbourhood plan for Highcliffe and Watford. And if we're going to find that applications come in whereby they work on semantics or they dig out a certain section of the neighbourhood plan and disregard the fact that it's not a material consideration to actually deviate from the neighbourhood plan, then I think we're going to be in a grim place, because as the President said. So again, I won't be supporting the recommendation by the officer. And once the debate's proceeded a little bit, I may well make a proposal to actually to reject the officer's recommendations and to indeed allow this to go to the planning inspectorate so that the neighbourhood plan and neighbourhood plans across the BCP geography can be tested in real time.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Just a point to remember that there is no such thing as a precedent in planning. What goes for one site doesn't necessarily go for a second site, and it is not the job of this planning committee to send things to be tested by the inspectorate. We make a decision here either for or against. It is up to the applicant to decide if they want to take their applications to the inspectorate, not this planning committee. Councillor Butt.
Yes, point of clarification, neighbourhood forums responsible for setting up quite a few in Poole, and we've got the one in Folkestone, and there's the one which Councillor Parker was quite right, coming along in Christchurch. But these neighbourhood forums, yes, they're part of the statutory process, and they have their own plans, but we are not bound by what is in them or bound by what they have to say, as far as I understand it. So I can't quite see Councillor Parker's argument as to whether that would have any material effect on what we're asked to do today. We're looking at planning law, we're looking at the Town and Country Planning Acts, we're looking at our 3 local plans with regard to a decision today. That's my understanding of it. If I'm wrong, I'd be grateful of some advice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Frank, you wanted to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond on a couple of points Councillor Farquhar raised, just to come back on that, I just want to clarify that the policy aim is aspirational to create more family dwellings, but the percentages are the technical way to try and achieve that. I wasn't saying that the 50% is aspirational. I just want to clarify that. I think something that's just important to conclude on for neighbourhood plan is the neighbourhood plan policies, like the core strategy policies and the SPDs that have been adopted by the council, form part of the planning assessment, as does the NPPF, which gives us the tilted balance where there is something that is considered by planners or ultimately by the committee members not to be policy compliant, and obviously members can take a different view to planners, then there is still a tilted balance to consider. And other senior officers in the room may want to comment on that, but basically the tilted balance is where we look at a presumption in favour of sustainable housing development where we don't have sufficient housing allocations, but also to look at the benefits and the harms and the balance against policy assessment. Here, the tilted balance that's presented in the report, the report from the department, is that there's sufficient grounds to warrant approval and insufficient grounds to recommend refusal. So just to be clear, there is the tilted balance that factors in the neighbourhood plan policies, and they are part of the bigger assessment of everything that's on the local policy as well as the national policy. So there is that dimension to this as well, leaving aside pins and appeals and all that sort of thing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Frank. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself quite frustrated by this, because I read this through and I can see that there's only really one area of policy that this development conflicts with, and that's BAP 6, and it's the percentages only there, because clearly it matches the aspiration of the policy, as there's no 1-bedroom homes, and they are all family-sized, and they're all family-sized dwellings. If we were to have to stick to those figures, those percentages exactly, we'd have to make sure that every development was divisible by the correct number in terms of units provided. Because if you divide the number of flats proposed on this site, which is 19, by 10, you get 1.9. Immediately, I know that you can't have 1.9 flats. So you're normally going to have to round that up to 2. Then you have to take that and times that by 5 to get 50%, which is another 10 flats. And then if you actually put all those together and round them up as we would do in normal simple mathematics, you end up with 20 flats. So you end up with one more flat, which means the need for a larger building. Or if you keep it to the same number of flats, you have to go above or below 1, if not all 3 of the percentages. So attempting to stick absolutely rigidly to 3, not quite arbitrary, but 3 percentages put into this policy, then all of a sudden you start regulating the number of units that can be put into any upcoming developments. Now, the height of this is not an issue, as there's already prior approval for something quite a bit taller. It's also only a very slightly bit taller than the developments either side, be that the one that's been built on one side or the approved on the other side. So height I absolutely cannot see that being an issue. It's also better designed and more considerately designed than the outstanding approval, which would have more and worse overlooking to either side. This one has very small windows and absolutely minimal overlooking to either side. It's of a much higher quality. All of the units are well above national space standards and are some very, very nice flats. The tilted balance is in favour here, and the fact that there is only one policy that this slightly disagrees with means that I cannot possibly see how there can be an argument that that outweighs the benefits of this scheme. It accords with the aspiration of BAP6. It is parking compliant, it is highways compliant, it is biodiversity compliant, it is compliant on every other thing there. So I absolutely cannot see how this can be approved. I think we made an absolutely terrible mistake refusing it the last time, and I think we have a chance here to correct that mistake without incurring ourselves some quite significant costs. And I would make a move to grant the application in line with the officer's recommendation, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Do I have a seconder for that move at this moment in time? If not, I'm Councillor Orban. Would you wish to speak, Councillor Orban? No. Okay. In that case, over to Councillor Lepedewin, please.
Thank you. I wasn't at the September meeting. I was on holiday at the time, so I'm coming at this afresh. I have no prior experience or knowledge of it except what is in the documents. I'm looking at the paragraph 69 on the internal space, and the minimum threshold for a 3-bed unit is 95 square metres. But in this case, all the 2-bed units exceed that quite at least 11 square metres and nearer 30, high 20s. I suppose, logically speaking, an architect could have made those units 3-bed because there is the space. But that would probably mean, well, it would certainly mean that room sizes were reduced, individual room sizes. So we've either got, as far as I can see, quite spacious 2-bed units or fairly cramped 3-bed units. And if you're looking at family homes and decent family homes, it may be better to have spacious 2 beds than cramped 3 beds. I don't know. The local plan, the neighbourhood plan also wants to avoid 1-bed flats, but on their figures, not anybody else's figures, their figures, that would include one 1-bed flat, which I don't want. I mean, if this is to get rid of 1-bed flats, and I'm certainly, if this proposal was to have, I don't know, 60 or 70% 1-bed flats and the rest even 3 or 4, clearly that would not be right. But this has got a good mix. Maybe not quite what the neighbourhood plan wants, but I wonder how often they will actually be able to get that mix in every single development. I don't know. On the parking, there seems to be plenty of space. We drove into the car park a couple of days ago, and you know, seemed to be okay. Not close to the properties in Motherfield Road. Apart from my normal proviso of not liking to demolish existing buildings, apart from that, I can't see anything really wrong with this, and certainly actually some benefits, particularly on the already approved scheme to go up 2 stories with a pitched roof, which would be far higher than the proposal here for fewer flats. So I'm, at the moment, I feel happy to agree to approve this one.
Thank you, Councillor Lepedewin. Councillor Farquhar.
I'm listening to the debate, and it is very valid points which are actually made, particularly about the size of the individual homes itself on the 2-bedroom side of things. There's just one observation which I wanted to make, and it was made at the last time. Not only for the nature of this particular site is actually raised compared to other sites, e.g. the ground, the geography is actually higher, than other sites on the urban cliff. But the observation which I wanted to make is that a prior approval was made and approved prior, and I made this before, to the adoption of the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan. The Boscombe neighbourhood plan was adopted in October 2019. So in my weighing up with the neighbourhood plan, then a prior approval is such that, yes, it is a material consideration, but it is being made by the residents, 93.48%, for the adoption of a neighbourhood plan to provide what it is that they expected to do. That's why they went into referendum. That's why we had the consultations. And to another point which was made, I think it was highlighted that a neighbourhood plan, other than a neighbourhood forum, is a different beast, and it is a material consideration in all applications. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fogler. So, members, we have a move to grant this application. I'll come round and vote on everything. Just a quick couple of words from me on this one. I think this is a very difficult one because of the facts that both Councillor Farquhar and others have mentioned. But I think to hold out for exactly 100% of what is required in that neighbourhood plan, we would never get it. The building is a good design. It doesn't look out of place if you look at the street scene and then falls back down on the other side. So it's a good street scene building. And I think the mix of buildings, and as we were all saying just earlier this morning, having the mix of family style housing in flats is a good thing. Councillor Rice pointed out how good people on the continent live in flats, whether they're 2-bed or 3-bed. I'd certainly rather have spacious 2-bed flats, as you said, Councillor Pedderman. I'd rather have a spacious 2-bed than a cramped 2-bed. A cramped 3-bed, yeah, sorry. So, you know, I would much rather have that room to be able to move about. And if I've got kids, give them somewhere to run around as well. So those are some of the reasons why I will be supporting the move to grant this one. And in doing so, we will move on to the vote, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. It's just been pointed out to me. I might want to just clarify in public my comments on the previous reasons for refusal, just for absolute clarity. So on the parking, the reasons for refusal are reasons for a shortfall of visitor parking spaces, but that has now been clarified between the two, so that it is now policy. And in terms of the housing mix, in fact, I think that's been adequately explained. But I just wanted to put that absolutely on record that those are the reasons behind my move.
Absolutely, thank you very much for that. So, members, moving on, we'll move on to the vote on this one. Where are we? Yeah, I'm here. So, Councillor Kelsey, I am for. Councillor Johnson, for. Councillor Borthwick, Councillor Butt, for. Councillor Davies, for. Councillor Dion, for. Councillor Farquhar,
against, and for the purposes of the minute, can I have my name recorded?
Yep. Councillor Hilliard, for. Councillor Lawton, for. Councillor Pedderman,
for.
Councillor McCormick, Councillor Trent, and Councillor Rice, please.
For.
Thank you very much. Joe, could I have the numbers, please?
Sorry, Chairman. Yes, certainly. So that was 10 votes for, 2 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. Therefore, that application is granted in line with the officer's recommendation. Mr. Gently, thank you very much for your time and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, would you excuse me? I have another meeting I need to get to. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You need to leave, mate? Yeah, I'll run. Just going to have 2 minutes while Councillor Johnson nips to the little boy's room. Moving on now, on to 32 and 28 Enfield Road. Now, these are two very similar applications, and I want to point out that one of the objectors has objected to both. Her objections are the same for both reasons. So with your indulgence, I'm only going to ask her to read it once to save her having to come up and read them twice. So if you can bear that in mind when you're listening to the first one, that it does also relate to the second application as well. Are you happy with that? Thank you very much. So could we have the first report, please, Mr. Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can I just check that you're hearing me and seeing the PowerPoint, please?
We are, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, Welly, the case officer, can't be here today, so has asked me to present this application for you. Just to clarify the point that you've just made, Chairman, we do have two separate applications. They are separate applications and they both need to be determined individually on their merits. They've got some similarities, but nonetheless, we do need to consider each separately. So the first application on the agenda of these two is at 28 Enfield Road and is for the change of use of an existing grass verge to the use of the private garden and moving of the boundary fence to accommodate this. So looking at the site, this is an aerial view of the site. The site sits at the junction of Enfield Road and Crofton Close. It's the existing property outlined in red there. You can see how the current boundary runs along the side elevation and the area of land concerned to the southeast of that, which is part of the application. So this is a proposal, a change of use of the land. Currently it's highway verge and the proposal is to incorporate it into the residential garden of the property. And what that will mean on site is the existing boundary fence will be moved out, and you'll see that in the next slide. A 1 metre strip next to the existing pavement will be retained as a landscaping strip, and the existing chamfer at the far corner, which you'll be able to see, will be retained for visibility out of an adjacent parking court. So actually looking at it in a flat elevation, you won't notice any difference. But as viewed from Crofton Close, apart from this fence will be moved out closer to the highway boundary. You'll be able to see from the photos an existing low fence and then a higher fence at the rear where it encloses the private rear garden of number 28. So this is the view at the moment. So you can see the lower fence here along the side, rises up at the rear where it encloses the rear garden. And the proposal is to move this fence out over to this verge here and enclose that for residential garden for the property. This is looking back where you can see the verges on both sides. The next item you'll see at number 32 is this verge on the right-hand side of the photo. But for the purposes of this application, we're considering this verge on the left-hand side where you can see this recently planted tree that's referred to in the report. And Chairman, from our point of view, it's a very straightforward application for the change of use of the land. From our point of view, the impact of moving that fence over onto the verge has a nominal impact on the character and appearance of the area. You'll see from the report, the Highways Authority have confirmed that currently the use of the land is as highway verge, and therefore a separate stopping up order would be needed. That's beyond the scope of this planning application. We're considering the issues of, in terms of the highways, just simply in terms of highway safety. And the Highways Officer has confirmed that even if the development went ahead and the land was enclosed, there would still be adequate visibility at the junction of Crofton Close and Enfield Road for any vehicles using that particular junction. In terms of the visual impact of moving that out, we feel that has a nominal impact on the character and appearance of the areas. It'd be resulting in a very common appearance seen across the suburban areas in the town of a fence adjoining a grass strip, adjoining the pavement. There's an opportunity through the proposed conditions to provide additional landscaping. Currently, the verges are simply mown as grass with this additional tree in there. And so there would be at least neutral impacts in that regard, potential benefits as well. And the final other point, just to draw out that you'll see from mentioned in the report, is there's an allegation of the use of the land in effect as some form of open space. Just to confirm the position in the report that the land isn't allocated in the core strategy as an area of open space. Those are all set out in the policy quoted in the report, HE4, which clearly identifies which areas of land are open space and therefore to be protected under that policy. So as these areas of land are not identified under that policy, they can't be protected by that policy. And so drawing all those items together, Chair, the application is considered acceptable on its merits, whether or not the committee ultimately chooses to grant the following item at number 32. Our view is it's entirely acceptable on its merits, and we recommend it for approval to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Over to you, John.
Thank you, Chairman. The first objection is by way of a written statement from Mrs. V. Edmonds of Crofton Close. Again, I will only read this once with Mrs. Edmonds' agreement, but she would ask members to bear in mind that the objection relates to both applications. As the land in both applications is directly into the entrance of Crofton Close, it will have impact upon the residents of the close. The land is currently a grass verge forming the highway entrance into Crofton Close from Enfield Road. This land clearly is under ownership of the former Christchurch Borough Council or Dorset County Council. Residents of Crofton Close were given no notification that there was an option to purchase the land, and there has been no formal notification of this land sale transaction. We have not seen any official documentation referring to the change of use of this land. Given the option, residents of Crofton Close may have wished to purchase the land for it to remain as grass verge, forming a visually pleasing, suitable access road. The design and access statement issued by BCP Council in support of this is misrepresentative. I wish to challenge some of the comments within. First point, the verge is there for a potential link road, clearly now not required. Mrs. Edmonds comments, there is no evidence anywhere that this was ever the intention. The wide entrance was a design feature of the close. Point 2, there are no trees on the land and the grassed area offers little visual interest. Mrs. Edmonds comments, there are 2 oak tree saplings planted by the council and the area offers a visually open access to the close. Point 3, the principal use of this verge at present appears to be a dog fouling area. Mrs. Edmonds comments, there is no evidence to suggest that this is the case. Residents regularly clear the area of any form of litter. And point 4, the land currently represents a maintenance liability as the council are responsible for grass cutting. Mrs. Edmonds comments, surely the maintenance of a small grass verge should not be destroyed for council budget cutting to the detriment of residents. From the images supplied by your officers, you can see that car parking is a significant issue. Residents from Enfield Road regularly park within Crofton Close at the junction, creating an obstruction entering and leaving the close. Enclosing this further and adding boundary fences will further restrict open vision. We also have reason to believe that the applicant's desire to purchase this land is with the future intention of developing on the extended garden area. This would be high density development in an unsuitable location. Finally, for a council purporting to be interested in the green agenda, it seems surprising that you would support loss of any green amenity space or a proposal that will damage the landscape and character of this road. And the second speaker is here in person, and that is Patricia Storgard. If you'd like to come forward, Patricia.
Good afternoon, committee members and councillors. Mr. Summers, my colleague, and I represent 80% of residents in Crofton Close whom objected to this application from 28 Enfield Road. Also the following from 32 Enfield Road being almost identical and having a cumulative effect. The 2 greens in question at the entrance of our close have been part of our development since it was built in the early 1970s for 50 years. The greens welcome residents and visitors into our close, providing 2 pleasant symmetrical open green spaces. They help support local wildlife that have been visiting our close for 50 years. We applied to BCP for 2 sentinel oak trees planted on the greens, providing shelter, shade and moisture. 2 new road signs also lift and improve the tone of our neighbourhood, making it a calm, pleasing space. It has been mentioned that open space nearby would offset the loss of these greens. This, used for football, sports, dog walkers and playgrounds, is a noisy, busy place bearing no comparison whatsoever. It is inconceivable that two applicants living on Enfield Road at the entrance of Crofton Close are applying to remove the greens merely to incorporate them into their own gardens, solely to make their properties larger and more profitable for resale or redevelopment, having no regard for the negative effect this would have on ours. It is noteworthy that both applicants appear to have no empathy regarding the importance of these green verges, which for 50 years have been part of the unique character and landscaping of Crofton Close. The loss of green verge is excessive in the extreme. We also disagree with the planning officer's interpretation of HE2 and HE3 policies. It seems strange that both applicants have simultaneously applied to take over highway verge. By granting permission to these applicants, BCP would, it seems, allow all residents to apply to incorporate any green space into their gardens, leaving all green spaces at risk of disappearance, as in this case, in an already congested area. To all committee members, we have submitted an almost identical case regarding 11 Blythe Close at St Catherine's Hill, which was refused by BCP Planning Services for the same reasons we have outlined in our objections, and having gone to appeal, was refused again. We hope this case will help them to properly assess the negative disruptive impact it will have on the residents, whilst ruining the unique character of our close. It is important that the Planning Committee understands the effect on the residents of Crofton Close and the resulting detrimental effect on these important green spaces, should these applications be granted. We ask them, therefore, to re-evaluate both cases for refusal.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
So there are no speakers on behalf of the applicant, but Councillor Margaret Phipps is on the Teams.
Councillor Phipps, would you like to speak?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Could I just, before I start saying in person, it was my intention, but I broke my ankle 2 days ago, so I'm a bit stuck. And here I am on Teams, but thank you very much. I appreciate these are for two applications, and I may wish to speak on the second, depending on the outcome of the first. Okay, thank you. I'll start. So you've heard from residents of my ward who speak on behalf of an overwhelming majority of Crofton Close residents, and I do hope you appreciate their strong feelings. I'm quite aghast that this application and the following one are both recommended for approval. Paragraph 15 of the report sets out the key issues: the principle of the development, the impact on the character and appearance of the area, and the impact on the neighbouring amenity. As you have heard from the previous speaker, I believe that members were emailed by another resident an appeal decision for Blythe Close, also in my ward, where there was an application for fencing off highway land for garden, highway verge for garden. And that council refusal clearly states, and I'd like to quote it, the proposed development will set a precedent for other property boundaries adjoining highway verge, and if this is replicated elsewhere, would significantly erode the open character of the highway verge. So I don't get why this application is any different to that one. And the first key issue is the principle of the development. Are you going to set a precedent for green space highway verges to be taken across BCP? Because I believe you would be doing that if you're going to start granting these sort of things. I thought actually the principle of the council was to maintain open space and open green space areas around developments and not actually remove them. So the application at 28 sets out to take 4.3 metres by 27 metres of green open space and leave only 1 metre of verge. This is excessive, and especially as number 32 wants to do exactly the same on the opposite side. It's a double whammy, which relates to the key issue of the impact on the character and appearance of the area. And my call-in for this quotes policies HE2, Design of New Development, HE3, Landscape Quality, and H12, Residential Infill. And the officer purports that the scheme is considered to comply with each of these. Well, I wholeheartedly disagree with that interpretation. HE2 is clear that development will be permitted if it is compatible with or improves its surroundings in layout, scale, landscaping, visual impact, and relationship to nearby properties. This and the following application, I believe, fail this policy. There will be a real harmful visual impact by the drastic erosion of both green highway edges down from 5.5 metres to 1 metre at the entrance to Crofton Close. How is removal of this public open space as it is used for, and it has been used for about 50 years, compatible with or an improvement on its surroundings? Well, it's not. And HE3 states that the development will need to protect and seek to enhance the landscape character of the property, of the area. So how is removal of nearly all the grassed open space which exists in Crofton Close, leaving a meagre 1 metre strip, protecting and enhancing the landscape character? Well, it isn't. It will actually degrade the character of the close, in my opinion. H12 deals with infill. It says extensions to residential premises, which this is, must be appropriate in character and style to the immediate locality. The takeover of the open space verge to hugely enlarge these two gardens will be completely out of character with other properties that do not have such large gardens. In addition, saved policy ENV 21 states wherever possible, existing landscape features should be retained. And these proposals are to remove landscape space, not retain it. So both this council's refusal for the previous Blythe Close application and that confirmation of that refusal by the Planning Inspectorate conclude that the proposal will be contrary to Chapter 12 of the NPPF, which seeks to achieve well-designed places. That reason for refusal also applies to this and the following application, in my opinion. I believe the adverse impacts to the whole locality of Crofton Close and its surrounds of granting this and the following one would demonstrably outweigh the benefits, which are only to two specific landowners who wish to take important green space away from the community. Therefore, I suggest that policy KS1, presumption in favour of sustainable development, is negated. To conclude, the application and the following one are in principle the same as the previous refusal of 11 Blythe Close, and they should also be refused as not in accord with policies KS1, HE2, HE3 of the Christchurch Core Strategy, and SAVE policies H12 and ENV 21 of the Christchurch Local Plan. They are also contrary to Chapter 12 of the NPPF. I believe the Council should be consistent in its decision making. So I ask the committee to please understand the huge importance of these two grassed areas and not to set a precedent across what could be other places in BCP as well for green space highway verge that does have amenity value, as in this case, to be taken away for development. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips, and I hope your ankle recovers soon. Thank you. Mr. Hodges, could I ask you to come back in on any points that you've heard and would like to clarify, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's just a short point in the first objector's statement that suggests that the design and access statement is produced by BCP Council. I think it's just a misunderstanding of the process, but of course the design and access statement is produced by the applicant. And any alleged inaccuracies within the design and access statement are a matter for the applicant. From our point of view, our reasoned assessment is the one in your report, which doesn't repeat any alleged errors which are pointed out in that statement in particular. If there's any further questions, Chair, obviously happy to answer.
Mr. Hodges, could you just clarify the relevance of the appeal inspector, please?
And do you mean the reference to an application at 11 Blythe Close, Chairman? Which
Yes,
is made?
I do. It's been mentioned a lot in the deputation, so I think it's right that you clarify that, please.
Yes, Chairman. I mean, this hasn't been raised before just now. I'm aware of the fortunately, I'm aware of the decision in this particular case. The site at 11 Blythe Close is a good 2 kilometres away from this site, and very difficult to draw any obvious comparisons between this proposal and that proposal. However, for the benefit of members, the application at Blythe Close enclosed a much larger area. It enclosed a much larger area encompassing the entire corner of a particular entrance to an estate. It contained a number of mature trees, and also it interrupted the existing pathways through the site, which were used by the public to, in effect, reach cut the corner through the junction, and was also part of the public highway. The inspector's reasonings for dismissing that were on the character of the area and the interruption to the free flow of pedestrian traffic across the corner. And in particular, they were concerned about a high-level fence enclosing the entire corner, which would both be oppressive for users of the pavement, but also would mean a detrimental impact on the visual appreciation of the mature trees on the corner. I hope that's a very brief sort of covering of what the evident differences in planning merit terms are from my point of view between this application, which is entirely flat, otherwise featureless grass verge, and the site at 11 Blythe Close. I hope that helps, Chairman.
It does. Thanks very much, Ms. Hodges. I just wanted to get it clarified so people are aware, as it had been brought up so much in the deputations. I thought it was right that we all knew about it. So, members, who would like to kick off on this debate, please? Anybody? Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I think it's possibly as much a question than anything else. Presumably, it would be BCP Council Highways Unit that would dispose of the land, and I'm not sure whether it's actually being disposed of or not. There is an issue that we can't really speculate what's going to happen to the land, although it looks from the map, particularly with regards to the other one that we'll be talking about in a while, does actually open up a potential development opportunity, which I would be unhappy about in what is a fairly, spacious visibility display at the moment. On the other hand, I don't have anything against incorporating part of the verge into a garden, if that's what it was used for. But I'm wondering whether there's any condition, if we did approve it, any condition we could put upon it that prevented it from being developed in any way. That may influence my thinking on the way forward.
My thoughts are that we probably couldn't, but I'm going to refer to either Edward or Mr. Firth on that one.
I'll pick up on one point and Edward may want to clarify the rest.
Thank you.
So, I mean, you can remove things like PD rights, which would stop minor developments on there. If some major development, then I suspect they need planning permission anyway, is my initial thought, depending on what's being proposed. So, yes, you can restrict certain types of development by removing permitted development rights. If you're thinking of a house or something like that, odds are they need planning permission anyway, I'd imagine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The legal officer's correct. You do have the option as an authority, a planning authority, to impose a condition that all PD rights, permitted development rights, are removed. Obviously, if the applicant in future wants to put a dwelling on that site or enlarge the existing house that's there, it would require planning permission.
Could I just carry on with that, Edward? Sorry. If we were to go down that, would we, if it were minded to be granted, would we say no permitted development or no development on the part that has been acquired, or would it have to be on the whole site?
Well, so I think it's 2 points. If you wanted it to go beyond the application site, and I don't know what the application site is, you probably want to specify the whole of the area. But I don't know if it's just where the red outline sits. So you can go beyond it in theory, but you need to be clear what area you're talking about, and if it's within the ownership and control of the applicant, of course.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Chairman, yeah. what the legal officer said is precisely correct. If the grass verge in question is now going to be in the ownership of the owner occupier, then of course the removal of the PD rights will be for that whole area.
For their whole land?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that, Edward. Much appreciated. Councillor Trent, are you happy with that?
I think I'm ever so slightly clearer, but you know, I do think that there's a fine balance in all of this. As I say, at the moment it's open highway space, and if it remained open, then I'd be a little bit more sympathetic towards the application than I would be if it was going to be totally up for grabs in the future. I know a lot of it depends on us as or BCP Council and the sale of it, but you know, I do feel that it shouldn't be an opportunity to stick another dwelling on either side of the road.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Pedderman, please.
Thank you. The thing that struck me when I went to look at these two, was how narrow the side, I suppose it's side access to 28 and 32 are. It seemed disproportionate for property, you know, reasonable sized properties, that the boundary fence onto the existing grass verge was so close to the properties. And I can very well see why they want to possibly give themselves side access. I would imagine that's part of the idea. Whether they need quite as much as they're asking for, I don't know. But to be quite honest, I couldn't see too much problem with this. I could see, as I say, why they might want to widen their side access or whatever is there. I obviously didn't look over the fences to find out. Although, actually, I could have done, because that's only a metre high. I could have actually been quite nosy. As regards building, yes, the house, they could apply for an extension out the back, I suppose, but a separate dwelling, looking at that plan, I would have thought it's a total non-starter on that side. The grass is literally grass. It's got the new oak tree in it, but that presumably will stay, whichever side of the fence it will be, or it may be moved. I don't know. Of course, for an oak tree with the root spread and everything, that may be too near to the fencing. I don't know. That's a separate issue. But on the whole, I can't see too much problem with this.
Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. So a lot of the area around here has these amenity spaces, these grass verge to break up development, and it's quite a substantial amount if it's 5 metre wide and probably 15-20 metres in length. And yes, you might not be able to play football on, but it adds an amenity space which to have taken away with block fencing would completely change the character of the area. Most of the area around there are low level stone and hedging. So to have the fencing enclosing such an area, yeah, I think would be detrimental to that. So I wouldn't be in favour.
Thank you. Councillor Borthwick. Microphone, please, Councillor Borthwick.
So I'd refuse the application.
And your reasons being?
Well, quite clearly that there's reasons, methods to develop it at another time. You know, I just
That's
don't
not a
see
planning reason, Councillor Borthwick.
Well, it's not an improvement, is it?
It's not a planning reason. You need proper qualified planning reasons to refuse an application.
Well, exactly, all good wording then.
It'd be like Margaret Phipps has outlined if you are going that way, Derek.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Derek, I'll leave you to think about it and I'll come back to you shortly. Councillor McCormack.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so this would change the character and appearance of that particular area of the town. That, like Councillor Hilliard has said, there is a certain, in that area there is grass verges, and this would detract from that and change that nature. And the other thing, I see this as more of like a change of use rather than a planning application, because you're changing the use from public amenity to private amenity, much like you would change a I don't know, the shop from retail to leisure or something, rather than. And I just don't think this is. It's not really appropriate in this setting. It's changing the character too much of an area quite rapidly, and I don't think I can support this for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor McCoy. Councillor Farquhar.
Yes, thank you, Chair. At first glance, this seems like, to use a term, a land grab for whatever purpose is neither here nor there. But Councillor McCormick's point is very good, is that it is a loss of public amenity in favour of private amenity by it being fenced and being part of a private garden. I would like to understand, because in one of the pictures there was an agent's board on one of the verges. I can't say whether it was 28 or 32. And some of the representation as regards was the notification of the possibility of a change of use, because this is what it is. It's for the, there's been a sale, to my understanding, of this verge, or the two verges, two separate applications. But it seems that other residents in Crofton Close and the surrounding neighbours haven't had visibility of that opportunity for a sale. So is it possible within this committee to actually have an understanding of how that sale came about? Because it does support my initial gut feel that it's a land grab. I would be supportive of Councillor Borthwick's proposal to refuse this change of use application, because I think Councillor Fitz outlined very well the number of policies which she believed would support not granting this application. I would like to ask a further question as regards how those policies were actually tested by the local authority in bringing this paper together, because the paper itself is not huge, and it lays out the principal problems or the principal considerations, which Councillor Fitz presented a variety of, including the MPPF. I didn't note them all down. Reasons why it is that it didn't support this application as it was laid out, because of the issues that are being presented within the paper.
I think firstly I'm going to bring Mr. Firth in, but I just think on the ownership of the site, whether it's sold or not is not a matter of consideration for this planning board. That's purely a financial outset that needs to be dealt with outside of this planning board. It's not for us to consider that. The fact of the matter is that the applicants have submitted an application dutifully with their right to apply for that planning application, and that is something that all applicants must do. They must have the right to apply for it. But I'm going to bring Mr. Firth in to clarify points. Thank you.
Chairman, you pretty much took the words out of my mouth.
Sorry.
On the first part. That's all right. So yeah, obviously members of the planning committee are concerned, what planning is concerned with the development and use of land ownership. Well, whatever relevance in certain situations isn't what you're primarily focused on, and points picked up there. So this is an application for a change of use. So it is correct to say it's a use of land issue because it's an application for a change of use, but of course that can require planning permission just as much as physical development can.
I think one of the other things to bear in mind is also that within the report, the highways have not yet said as to whether they would or would not do the uptake of this anyway. So at the moment, I think what is being asked of us is to say to whether we would agree to this being done. It could well be that highways turn around and say they don't want to do it in the future. And again, that is something outside of the remit of this planning board. Our remit today is just to say yes or no as to whether we agree to the change of use for this site, these two sites, although we will, as I said earlier, we will deal with them individually. Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Rice, did you want to come in?
Yeah, can we just get clarification about the oak trees then? And then I have something else to say.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the oak trees will be staying within the site. They will not be moved from where they are, so they will be enclosed in the new people's gardens,
yeah,
which I would ask for a TPO to be put on them.
Oh, right, I was assuming, yeah, unless they have a TPA, they can just take them out, can't
they? Yeah. I think that is something that we would need to ask Mr. Hodges to condition if this were minded to be taken forward.
Okay. Yeah, so I completely agree with Councillor Margaret Phipps, really. I'd be very concerned to let these go for private development. I could understand possibly like a meter towards each house, although the occupants bought the house knowing where the land boundary was. So I don't really agree with that. But yeah, in terms of public amenity, although it's plain grass, this is it has huge potential. We've already seen 2 oak trees being planted there. The whole area could be covered with fruit trees to provide edible fruit for the community in the future. And as plain grass, it's usable for the public. So if it goes over to private use, then it could be completely paved over and just gone to parking. So there's no way that it will stay even as green. No, not necessarily stay just as green grass. So yeah, I wouldn't like to be losing all of the grass verges in Oakdale. And so I just do not. I just feel very strongly that this is a public amenity space.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bryce. Anyone else want to come in? Councillor Hilliard, followed by Councillor McCormick.
So it's Chairman, if you're not taking Councillor Borthwick's refusal, then I will formally motion to refuse on the basis of HE2 landscaping, HE3 landscape character, and H12 inappropriate character and scale. Now it shows. If Mr. Hodges could move to a couple of photos, please. But one especially from Enfield Road looking into Crofton. For me, yeah, that's the one. The other one, go back, please. That for me captures the openness now. And if you imagine 4 meters of that grass either side taken away, that just the outlook of the close would just completely change. And the fact that the council bothered to plant trees on it must have realised it's an amenity space. So to refuse. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Hilliard, could I trouble you to read those reasonings out again?
Yeah. So HE2 landscaping, HE3 landscape character, and H12 inappropriate character and scale.
Thank you for that, Councillor McCormick. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor McCormick? Yep. Thank you. Would you like to?
Yeah. There was just one more point I wanted to cover, which hasn't been covered that much in the report either, in that a lot of these amenity spaces were left over the years as a nature corridor between the Avon and the Stour. And so that if we start granting permission for these to go into private use, they could be paved over and a lot of those nature corridors will be lost. And, one could argue that this might not be one, it's just a grass verge, but the word precedent was used earlier, and we don't really want to set precedents for doing that when 4 generations that have gone past have taken the trouble to create some of these nature corridors, and for us to then come along and change those decisions, I don't think would be correct at this time. I'm happy to second as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hodges, is there anything you would want to come back on?
Chairman, no, just to advise that professionally we clearly don't agree with that assessment. We set out very clearly in our report the limited impacts that the scheme would have, and we would have great concern of our ability to defend those reasons for refusal, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, I think this is a very strange one for me. I'm still not 100% certain on it, but when I first saw this, I thought, oh, it's only two verges. What does it, what difference is a vast amount of it going to make? And I think to a lot of people, they'll think the same. But when you actually go there, they are large grass verges, and they will, in my opinion, they will affect the amenity and the way that the area is laid out. And I am actually minded to support the move to refuse this one. I think they're there. They've been there for a long time. I think the residents obviously look after them. They look very clean and tidy compared to a lot of the verges in my own ward. And for that reason, I will be supporting the move to refuse this one. So, members, anyone else wish to make comments before I move to the vote? Councillor Farquhar.
Yes, I agree, Chair, that I'm more than minded. I've just taken the opportunity to Councillor McCormick's point to actually zoom in and zoom out, should I say, on the Google satellite view as regards the wildlife corridor between the River Avon and the River Stour. When you go up to whatever height it's supposed to be, I guess a kilometre or two up, it becomes blatantly clear that that is actually a valid statement when you look at the green spaces elsewhere between these two primary rivers within Christchurch. I would like to take the opportunity, perhaps, because the officer said that they weren't particularly comfortable with the planning reasons the laid out in the move to layout. Could I just take the opportunity, perhaps, to, as I said before, is I didn't manage to catch everything that Councillor Phipps brought up, and I believe that there may well be other planning material considerations, or should I say, planning policies that perhaps should be included. And I don't know if there's an opportunity to actually review what it is that Councillor Phipps said, to actually maybe bring those into play as well.
Councillor Phipps mentioned KS1, HE2, HE3, EMB 21 and 12 and Chapter 12 of the MPP Act. Councillor Hilliard, are you okay with those?
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, members. So we'll go to the vote on this one, members. And myself, I am for the move. Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Borthwick. Against. Against the move to refuse. Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Pedawin.
Abstain.
Councillor McCormick.
For.
Councillor Trent. For. And Councillor Rice.
For.
Therefore, that application has fallen. Thank you very much. And Mr. Hodges will now move on to item item F, which is number 32, Enfield Road.
Thank you, Chairman. Just checking again that hopefully you're seeing the presentation.
We can, thank you, Ms. Hodges.
Thank you. Yes, so again, this is an application for the change of use of the land from the existing highway verge to residential. You'll be familiar with the site from looking at the previous application. This is a marginally larger area, but not quite as deep. Proposed layout shows that the fence will be extended out to here. There will be a verge remaining, which is proposed to be landscaped. A lower fence at this point, a higher fence enclosing the rear garden to the rear. This is how it will look at the moment. So at the moment, you've got the fence ending at this point just to the side, and it will send out lower level here and then higher level at the rear. So this is how it will appear when viewed from Crofton Close. This is the existing appearance with the verge, and then this is a proposed appearance with the indicated landscaping shown on here, which will be an improvement over the existing. So you're familiar with these views now. The fence comes out lower at this point, higher at the back, and enclosing this area here and taking in the recently planted tree. So this is to come along here. You can see there's an existing display. As before, no highways issues raised. Again, as before, not an area we can protect as open space under our policies. Chairman, notwithstanding, our position is very clear that we think these applications are acceptable and we recommend them for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Over to you, John.
Thank you. Members, you've already heard from the two objectors the same statements. I have a written statement from the applicant in this case. In lieu of being able to attend due to work commitments, further to the planning officer's report, I would like to add the following. In planning this proposal, we have been mindful and respectful to the character of the site and wider area, retaining a landscaping strip between the fence and footpath to act as a buffer and opportunity for planting. Low fence height towards the junction retains visibility for both road and footpath users, as evident in BCP Highway's consultee response, which states the relocation of the boundary treatment into the verge is unlikely to impede visibility at the junction with Crofton Close due to the low height proposed, and consequentially can be considered not necessary as public highway. Symmetry has been retained by matching the proposal of 28 Enfield Road on the opposite verge, including leaving in place the current road name sign. The space is unused highway verge, which is not designated as open space and does not provide amenity value. Large areas of established public amenity space nearby include 2 children's equipped playgrounds at Enfield Road play area and large informal recreational open space at Jumpers Common, which has recently benefited from new tree planting and benches. Aside from a recently planted sapling, the verge consists of grass, which is cut regularly as per the dates shown on the BCP Council grass cutting schedule. It is not designated as a managed grass or flower meadow. We feel that in the longer term, incorporation into a planted garden will have greater benefit to wildlife than in its current state. We firmly believe our proposal will only enhance the appearance of the verge and street scene, as per the Planning Officer's report, which states the proposed plans will harmonise the appearance on approach of Crofton Road and enhance the appearance of the area.
Thank you very much. Councillor Phipps, if you're still on the line, did you wish to come back in on this one?
Yeah, just very briefly, I won't go before, but basically just having heard what I did from the applicant, symmetry was mentioned, and I do think in the interest of symmetry and all the reasons given before, which I'm happy to just go through very quickly each of those policies again, I do think that this should be refused as well for all the reasons from before, which were, this is what I said, I suggested they should be refused as not in accord with policies KS1, HE2, HE3 of the core strategy, saved policies H12 and ENV21 of the Christchurch local plan, and contrary to chapter 12 of the NPPF. But I won't read all the rest of it out again, but that is still my position on this application, same as the previous one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Over to members. Who was going to kick off on this one? Councillor McCormick or Councillor Hilliard?
I think I'll just reiterate again about the nature corridor between the Avon and the Stour. It's often forgotten, and I think people really need to. I mean, not really relevant to this planning application, but council policy in general should be taking these areas and turning them into wildflower places and supporting the nature. And I feel like this is going completely against what we should be doing here at the council, but that is a much wider policy argument. But so I'd like to propose refusal on the same grounds as the previous application, and I would be looking for a seconder.
Yes, happy to second.
Mr. Hodges, you wanted to come in?
No, it was just about this issue about the nature corridors. I think the councillors has identified it's not particularly relevant to this proposal, but just for clarification, these are designated on our constraints and our local plans mapped by the Dorset Environmental Record Centres. So where they are identified as existing and potential network ecological network corridors, those will appear as constraints and identified in the plans. So if it doesn't appear in a particular application, you can be satisfied that it's not part of the existing networks that are identified and therefore need to be protected in terms of those biodiversity issues. Just for clarity on that.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Pedowin, please.
Just to say, I totally agree on the symmetry aspect. So having lost the argument on the first application, I would not support this one because the first one was lost. Otherwise, I would have been supporting it.
Just one small point, Chair, is that as Councillor Phipps went through the list of policies, I'm not sure that ENV 12 was included in the previous refusal or reasons for refusal. Am I correct in that thinking? No, it wasn't. Right, so thank you.
We'll move to the vote on this one again, and again I will support this move. So myself for. Councillor Johnson?
Against.
Councillor Borthwick? You're against this move to refuse? or are you for this move to refuse? Thank you. Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Farquhar.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton. For. Councillor Lepedovin.
For.
Councillor McCormick.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
And Councillor Rice.
For.
And again, that is unanimous. So thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Hodges. Sorry, one against. Yeah, I forgot you. Irrelevant. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hodges, for your time on those ones, and thank you to the applicants and for the residents for coming in and speaking on those ones. Thank you very much indeed. Members, been a very long day. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in early. I'm sorry we had to do that, but we just have to give ourselves time to catch up on the backlog of planning decisions that we have to get through. So some days we are going to find ourselves working a little bit longer than what we've been used to recently. But thank you very much. And with that, I declare the meeting.